pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. David, would you offer a prayer?
Sure. Heavenly Father, we come to you today just asking that you give your blessings to this county and watch over this meeting. Help us to make decisions that are according to your will. Also ask you to watch over all our employees as they go about their jobs throughout this week. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you.
Good morning. I make a motion to approve last week's minutes.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye.
Claims.
I've reviewed the claims. I'll make a motion to approve the claims in the amount of $350,558.48.
I'll second it. All in favor? Aye. You have anything else, David, for now?
We've got a couple of emails here. Let me look real quick. I don't see anything else coming in right now that we need.
Sheriff, leave a report. There he is.
Okay, yeah, I was just looking because I had a couple emails from him, but it wasn't a report.
Good morning, Sheriff. Would you like to come up?
No painful waiting today.
Painful waiting.
Kevin Friend, Linn County Sheriff. Guess just jump in the numbers. We got a couple other things, but we'll get those out of the way first. So our prisoner count this morning is 18 total. We have 6 prisoners in-house. We had 8 bond out this past week. Total farmed out is 6. We had 163 911 calls this past week and 324 calls for service. And that's about all that's really remarkable there. If you remember last week, we only had about 89 911 calls. That was, I don't know why that happened. Slow week, nice, but this week it jumped right back up there. So, and our calls for service did too, about another 30 calls for service in there this week. Had a couple of press releases this morning that I put out, and I included the commission on those releases. One of them was in regard to some cameras that we placed around the county in seeking our catalytic converter thieves. And on the west side of the county, we were able to catch an individual on another guy's property and had some pretty good footage of him removing some catalytic converters there. So that was on Wednesday. We obtained that footage. We're seeking warrants for the individual this week. And then we had another incident of an attempted burglary and a trespassing case where we had some camera footage, and we put both of those out. The individuals on the attempted burglary and a trespassing case, we're just seeking identification on them at this point. We don't know the total involvement, but the press has those photos and reports as well. So hopefully we'll get some assistance from the press this week on that situation. So that's all I have this morning. If you guys have anything for me.
Thank you.
I would say that last week, the meetings you guys did with each of the communities, those were very nice. I'm glad you guys reached out to the communities on the comprehensive planning stuff. That was nice of the commission to get that in every community, and I attended 2 of the 3 meetings, and they were very well. So it's nice to see people out and talking about our
Sorry
issues.
about it.
So,
Yeah, good. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, guys.
AMR?
Good morning, Commissioners. Galen was on vacation in Florida. Looks like we had a total of 25 page outs from last Monday to yesterday with 16 transports with that. I didn't have time to grab your helicopter information. I'm sure he gives you that too, but I think we only had like one or two last week that are sitting in my queue for QA. At this time, anything else?
Anything?
Nope. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hey, we are, Jeff, we are looking for a bid for that ambulance place up in Lacine area. Okay, so the final numbers will come out and we'll figure out if what it's gonna cost to do that, convert that center over.
The senior center?
Right.
All
So
right, that's exciting. I'm sure
the bid will come back and we'll either scratch our heads and try to figure out if we want to pay for it or not. Or give you some blow up mattresses or something over there.
Well, I'm pretty sure that the crews are just pleased that it's moving forward, where you guys are aware and that things are progressing forward.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Doug? You just roll in, everybody just rolls in the door and they're right up here. It's better than dominoes.
This is our July calls. Since I've missed the last couple of weeks, I just summarized the whole month. Year to date, we're at 277. Month of July, we've done 25 runs. In the past week, there's been 8, 2 motor vehicle accidents, a landing zone, 3 medical assists, a vehicle fire, a grass fire. Week prior to that, we had 5. We had a power line down, 2 structure fires, motor vehicle accident, and an EMS assist. And then between the 1st and the 10th of the month, we had a water rescue, 2 motor vehicle accidents, 2 landing zones, 5 EMS assists, a vehicle fire, and a structure fire. Kind of unusual to have 3 structure fires in July. Usually that's more of a quiet time for us, but for some reason it hasn't been. Last time I was here, you'd asked for some information in regards to the EOC that we had talked about at the health department.
Are these options?
There are options based on what you had talked about with a EOC, as we originally kind of laid out back a year or so ago when we were looking at trying to do it with spark funds. And then a couple of options based on trying to set something up for a senior center in the facility in addition to an EOC. The very first drawing that has EOC on the top, the black numbers are the sizes in the original project. The blue numbers kind of show as built for part of it because it wasn't quite built the same in the health department. There was a break room and they moved restrooms out of the EOC and put them in the health area. Probably because we weren't finishing the EOC, so those restrooms wouldn't have been there otherwise. But and then the red shows how it would be laid out with the space that's currently available to accomplish the same basic thing that we had set out before in the original drawing. Then if you look at the other two, I talked to Danny, and he mentioned that the senior center would need at least a 40 by 25 area. And there's really 2 options there to include an EOC. One is to add another 15 feet onto the end of the building. I did not check to see if there's enough land to do that because there will be some city set off required from the property line. But assuming we could add 15 feet, that keeps the EOC as it was intended creates a 40 by 25 area on the northeast corner. That would be the senior center, and then create some storage that would pretty much go for the health department. Wouldn't be enough probably to take care of everything they have. But you had mentioned doing a kind of a pole barn or something for storage. And then the third option would be to keep it within the existing structure, and that's the drawing that has kind of an L-shaped layout for the EOC. And in that, you pretty much lose all the storage, so you'd have to have some kind of external storage elsewhere because you lose all of it. The highlighted yellow area would be the area that would be hardened if you did a hardened EOC, as we originally discussed. Obviously, another option would be to put just walls in like this, and maybe try to put some kind of a tornado shelter off to the side of the building, so that at least while the building itself not hardened, we'd have a place to go to. Does not necessarily protect your equipment or create a functional operation center if it gets hit, but at least the employees would be safe, and it would be bigger and more functional than what we have now. So those were kind of the options we came up with. I reached out to the state to see if there were any grants available for construction. They sent me back and indicated there were not. I looked at this federal funding that has come out to see if maybe it would apply. It appears that it could. However, the deadline to submit projects is today. So I assume by 5 p.m. today, I would have to have a project submitted. And I don't know that we can put it all together and get it done today, because I don't know exactly what, I don't have a cost proposal or projection for this. So it would be hard to try to put a grant together in a day's time. I found that over the weekend, so.
Have you looked at all in terms of the original funding for this bill, this addition, this building? That original funding was intended to provide emergency operation and health department.
Correct. That was about 850,000, but I don't know what we spent.
You looked at the ramifications of converting part of this space to senior use?
No, I have not at all. They just asked whether or not within the EOC function that it would work, so I tried to bring that back.
Question whether a portion of that would no longer qualify. I don't know. We have final audit on that, David?
They've done an audit, but we don't have all the results yet.
We know it would have worked for an EOC / health department, but I don't know about anything else with the use of those funds.
Is there any way we can use the old jail for an EOC?
Bill Joe over here? It's something, it's something we probably could discuss.
I threw out the idea a few times with, went to Goldberg about leaving that building there, and they came up with a few different ideas, and like tearing parts of it off and leaving just a little section of it or whatever, but.
You had to take off the roof and replace it, because it's got some problems, and I think there's significant restructuring that would have to be done, but I would not say it's not a possibility.
Anything is going to work better than what we have now, because as Danny knows from having been there recently, we just don't have any room. We've got storage in the front lobby.
Right. Well, we have to keep our open mind now that we've got this, and we've got to figure out something else. So let's give some thought to it.
No problem. Like I say, if we had more time, we might have been able to apply. It appeared that construction would be an eligible.
If this was an eligible spot and we found out, what would you have to, what kind of equipment besides what goes in your office would come down here?
All of our response equipment would come here, and obviously having a hardened area for that, if we get hit, we lose everything we're going to use to respond with, all of our computers, our computer cache, all of our radio cache, everything we have would be gone. Obviously, that would be something that would just go into a small storage room.
What kind of a big equipment? Drivable equipment would you bring up? Any
I'm sorry,
trailers or anything else?
the trailer is supposed to come over here to the new facility when it gets put in place, because it would then be behind a locked fence. We have, as far as trailers, we have 2 health department trailers, a Northeast Region stop movement trailer. We have the generator trailer on a trailer, and then we have that radio speaker system that we bought. So we'd have 5 trailers that would come over wherever we go.
Or wherever you go.
Or alternative to that would be to leave them at the fire department and go over there and get them when we need them. And I mean, we're not abandoning that structure, so they could also be left there. As far as storage for the fire department, other than our response equipment, we could continue to use the building for the storage of what we have there.
Sure.
So that wouldn't be as much of an issue. And that whether we went in with the health department, whether we came over here, it wouldn't matter. That could still be used as storage.
Okay. All right.
But you had asked for that information, so I wanted to get it to you. Obviously, the heat's going to be an issue. We're looking, I think, in the mid-90s today for a heat index, and then starting tomorrow, it starts ramping up to the mid-105s to upwards of 110 by Wednesday, Thursday. And then I don't have anything out past Thursday, but it looks like it's just going to keep going up. So we'll keep an eye on that. I've sent that out to the schools, to the cities, so that they're aware of it, put it on Facebook so that hopefully everybody's aware, and we'll take precautions. I'm working on paint specs, met with Sherwin-Williams representative last Friday. They're going to help make sure we get the right kind of paint to put on our fire stations, get it cleaned correctly and so forth.
Are who's painting it?
We will just make a contract, a bid. We'll send out a bid and have it done. That's something we budgeted for last year to do, was paint the stations.
Right.
Our roof project is done. They got that finished up last Friday, Thursday or Friday.
All the locations?
All locations are done. We had our architect that did the spec for us come up, inspect the roof at Pleasanton, and he found no issues at all with the work or the product. Said it looked good. I watched them do 3 out of the 4, took time to see what they were doing, how they were doing it. So I know 3 of the 4 were done the same way. I assume Parker was as well. So I have no concerns that he didn't inspect all 4 roofs, because they were all done the same, and I can attest to that.
Do we need to check Parker then? I mean, if
Dee's been there and watched them do it. So all 4 roofs were constructed the same way. And if the architect says the one that he inspected was done correctly, I would have no reason to think the others weren't, because they were all done the same. So
have they been paid in full, or do you?
no, they've submitted an invoice to us, and that's in the process. That was done late last week, I believe. We got the invoice, so we're in the process of doing it. But we wanted to make sure that the roofs were done correctly, because I couldn't look at them and say. I watched them doing the work, so I know they did the work all the same on all the roofs. But I talked to the fire board last Thursday, and they agreed that we maybe should get our architect up to look at it, which we did on Friday, and he said it was done well. So that's a $177,000 project.
And that payment, we went ahead and cut the check, but we're hanging on to it until Doug gives us an okay to release it to him. Because it was actually paid out of a purchase order from last year, so we went ahead and processed it, but it's not going anywhere until we get it okay.
And at this point, I think we would be okay, so.
How do we do that in our contracts? Do we hold any retainer or anything like that for a certain period of time before we pay them in full, or?
After the project is complete and we've signed off on it, we pay them in full. They still have a 1-year warranty period for workmanship and so forth. but we don't hold a retainage. Now, if they'd ask for the metal to be paid for, which some companies will up front, hey, we got the metal on site, this is what its value is, will you pay us for that? We have done that in the past, but we typically retain 10% of that so that we try to stay behind where they're at so that they are compelled to want to finish it. At least that's how we've done all the fire department stuff in the past. We don't ever pay them 100% until it's 100% complete and that we've signed off on it, so.
I don't have anything else.
We had a tank failure on tender 974. That's out of Blue Mound. That's our tender that hauls water. It has been shipped or picked up and taken back to the factory in Mississippi because it does have a lifetime warranty on it. We expect that it's going to be gone for about 3 weeks.
Is that the brand new truck?
No, it was purchased in '06, if I remember correctly, or '07. One of two that we got from a company called Deep South. We got 2 tenders. We got one, we paid for one, and then the community development block grant or community block development grant, whichever it is, paid for the other. Kind of a buy one, get one free, if you will.
A leak or what?
The tank fill valve at the very bottom center of the tank started leaking, and while we were talking to them, they told us we could have it repaired locally, but in the process of doing that, it just blew the whole thing out of the bottom, leaked all the water out right into the station, and
Yeah, it looks like it was about this time of year oh wait, no, did we buy some more from Deep South another time?
we bought them twice from Deep
Okay,
South.
yeah, because what I'm looking at here is from,
Parker and Centerville, Parker and Centerville have one, and then
and my
Blue Mound and Prescott have one.
system records don't go back far enough to catch that one for an exact date.
I think they were ordered in '06 or '07, if I remember correctly. But they have we got the metal tanks at their recommendation because they came with a lifetime warranty as opposed to the plastic or fiberglass tanks that did not. So it's warranted. They've come, they've picked the truck up, they've taken it back, they will fix it, then they'll bring it back to us at their cost. So all we are is out a truck for a month till we get it back in service. And we'll supplement tenders from other areas into their area to assist. That's all we can do. But just wanted you to know it was down. The other issue we have that's come up is Firehouse software, which is the software we use to do our fire reports to meet our state and federal requirements for fire reporting. Has indicated they will be abandoning or no longer providing that service. They have not given us a drop dead date for that, but we've heard rumors it could be as early as the end of the year. In communication with them, they're saying, well, it won't be December 31st. We haven't set a date yet, but it's going away. We pay a nominal figure, $4,700 a year for that service. And that's how we do all of our fire reporting. I got a bid from them to go with the new product they are going to provide for us to use. And the annual reoccurring fee is $16,822 with an initial fee of $20,600 to set it up first time. Obviously, that, in my opinion, is not reasonable for us to do or to try to accomplish. So we have begun looking for a replacement software. We've got one that looks promising, and I think while it may be a little over what we have budgeted for on this product, will be at least much more affordable than what this product is going to be.
This is the same company?
Same company.
Starting
They've bought out a couple other entities that provided softwares and have shut it down. I talked to the gentleman that did our training for us, who used Firehouse. He's the one that pointed us to another vendor. He said theirs went from $12,000 to over $30,000 for them to maintain Firehouse.
So what was our latest contract with them? Was it year to year or?
We had a 5-year agreement with them at that $4,700. I need to look at it, maybe have Gary look at it. But again, if they shut it down, I don't know that there's anything we can do. And I really don't want to, even if they had to give us it for 2 years or 3 years for, the $4,700, after that, it's going to be 20,000 and,
Typically what they do on those, Doug, is they'll say, you can keep using it, but we're gonna quit supporting it. And so, I mean.
well, it's web-based, so if they don't continue to provide it on the web, yes, it is web-based.
Was the 4,700 paid annually? Is that?
Yes, it's an annual premium we pay for the use of the web-based software.
Paid anything? I mean, it was.
No. It comes due, it's either late November or December of this year. So we paid for this year. They will provide it through this year. But I don't know that it will be available for us next year. And certainly I don't think it's appropriate for us to be thinking we need to continue with this. Just wanted to give you a quick heads up on it because obviously it's going to be an issue. Chris has already been made aware of it. I've got my vice chair of the fire board looking at another software. Dee and I are looking at the software to evaluate one that is supposed to take the data out of this program, incorporate it into their program, and continue to function with it. So we're just.
So let's say we have 3 years left on a contract with them. Are they not liable to pay us for, I mean, doesn't the contract go both ways?
Depends on how it's written.
Yeah, we'll have to, I don't remember specifically. I was more concerned about, trying to come up with another one at this point, because even if we force them into doing something, that's only a stopgap measure. So if we can go a different direction for about the same amount of money, the program we're looking at seems to be simpler than what we're using now, which makes it easier for our fire service to fill out. So,
Do you know what Pleasanton uses?
no, I do not.
You mean the city, Pleasant?
Yeah. Do they track their info?
Yeah, well, they're supposed to be. All the entities are supposed to be.
Aren't they,
So
don't they use something that's associated with that Jayhawk that provides all their software?
I couldn't tell you,
I think they may have.
but,
Linn Valley would too then, right? I mean, we could, Linn Valley would too.
Linn Valley and
They'd have something.
Lacine would have to have something that they're using, yes.
I think both of them, you get their city software through that Jayhawk outfit.
That includes it? That includes it on that?
I'm not absolutely certain that it does, but I know there were several.
I know Linn Valley and Pleasanton both use the Jayhawk software. I don't know about
So it'd
Lacine.
be out of the ordinary for us to talk to those.
I doubt if that's sufficient for our purpose. And I think to use that module, you've got to have the whole, you got to have your whole package. Those are add-on modules to a basic package, and we wouldn't have it in the basic.
Because I think it's set up more for cities and for utility billing and that kind of stuff.
Well, in court, it's got a component for court.
Is there anything county uses that would have a section for it?
Not that I'm aware of. But
We get transferred over something to your main software,
well, we're still working with trying to get the payroll stuff set up, but
but it wouldn't have.
no, it's not going to have a fire tracking option in it like he's needing.
But like I say, we'll look for something that's more reasonable than $16,000 or $20,000 a year. But we'll be trying to accomplish that over the next couple of months or so. See if we can't come up with something that works. That's what I have for you this morning, unless you have anything for me.
All right, man.
Thanks, Doug.
Thank you for your time. Have a good day.
Sean, you get to go now.
I'm going to meet with the contractor and hopefully finish up the lacing bidding process today. I have a,
He's bidding on something else too, right?
yes, Blue Mound.
Blue Mail?
And hopefully I'll be able to bring all those next week and get those over with. I've got a application for construction in a right of way by Chad Page for an address of 9237 Payne Road. It's an open trench excavation. And I believe everything's in order and ready to be signed off on. Here we go.
How did you figure out this was the right? Because I know you hadn't had much training.
I'm sorry.
How did you figure out that this was right?
I'm going off the other ones that I've done so far.
Have you asked Andy as well?
I have not.
It's gravel, right? Payne Road is not gravel, is it?
I think it's north of
Yeah.
52, it's gravel.
Okay.
And his site drawings there on the back.
It's, David, he's got BP 2021-05. Here's the drawing. Drawing out Payne Road. You got anything? I don't know. You okay? Okay, make a motion that we approve BP 2021-05, Chad Page crossing Payne Road.
A second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye.
Probably a spot for all of you to sign
Yeah.
off on that, and then I'll need to attest it too, I think.
Check, I guess.
Don't they?
No, he, we all wanted to get a hold of that.
And we had mowers out this weekend. We've got guys working and volunteering. We're still on a volunteer basis for mowing over the weekends for the right of ways.
In all three areas?
I don't believe all three.
Okay.
We had at least two out this weekend.
Okay.
Got the dirt removed at the airport, and this week we'll start in on the project moving the dirt back on top of the clay and then the rock fill. The Hellsbin project, the contract for, were you ready to?
Did I not respond to you on that?
Yeah, yes, you did, and said it was standard.
Yeah. I don't even know if I even brought it with me.
I've got it.
This is just it's just a normal contract with the state.
80/20?
Yeah. On the, 80/20 of the allocated price, and then if we go over that, 100% ours. The contract is just exactly like the others that we've had.
So what's the amounts?
The total project amount is $862,191, leaving our obligation at $172,438.20. So
And David, where would this money come out of? I mean,
Typically, that's gonna be either out of the road and bridge budget or the special road and bridge where we have some money put back for this type of project. And I think that's kind of what we'd intended on this one.
this is from after the engineers looked at it and found some stress fractures or something in it.
I'm unfamiliar. I got in on the project late.
Yeah. It's been a bridge that they've been wanting to repair for 4 or 5 years now. So if you go up Fourth Street between Casey's and the senior center, and go all the way to the top of the hill, take a left and go west about all the way to the end. There's a bridge that goes across the river, goes across the railroad tracks, and that's where they want to replace that bridge. There's only a couple residents back in that area, but we can't block them off completely from their own property. And heavy equipment's been driven over that, probably heavier than the bridge weight. And so that's what caused, and the bridge is old. And there'll be probably a lot more to it than that, because we have to get permission from the railroad and all that stuff to work over it, so.
That's not actual cost of the bridge, that's just an estimate as far as the price that we have.
These are the numbers through the process that we have now. Any overages, like Gary said, would be
We
our
don't have a
responsibility.
contract with the building. That, I guess that's what you're asking, right? Yeah. This is the money that's allocated to the project. If we go out for bids and it comes in a lot higher than that, we'll either have to find a way to cut it or pay it.
Yeah.
And I can tell you right now in special road and bridge, we have over 800,000 put aside there. So we have the money in that to cover it, and that would be a normal type of use for money out of that fund.
And I believe this is one of two bridge projects we've got in the mix with them. The other one, this week, I'm meeting with Peppercorn to start finishing the process with them and to go over box culvert projects. And the engineer there, our contact, has volunteered to do a little on-the-job training with me about this process and all the things that this process offers us as a county as far as grant money, and kind of catch me up to speed.
So what's your next step on this bridge?
2 copies needing signed to go forward with the contract on the process.
Yeah, this is a contract with the state to provide the funding. Then they will actually contract the project out. They'll
Send us a bill.
play a big role.
So what's the motion need to be? Sign it.
Motion to sign a contract with the state to provide the funding for Linn Bridge.
That was my motion.
Or close the bridge. Trap the people. I'll second that motion. All in favor? Aye.
Said they 2 signed copies. While you're doing that, chip and seal finished up to 1,100 and 1077. We expect to be in Parker assisting them in 2 weeks. The park, I'm going to ask to promote Sherry Loveland to park manager. And I believe 10A was the pay schedule.
How long has she been in that position as the park manager, acting park manager, or whatever?
Be 2 months.
Okay.
So,
You're satisfied with what she does up there?
yes,
Does she want to do the job?
yes. I spoke to her this morning.
I got a few questions about, like, what's the status on the contract from KCB&L?
Last I received from the land manager, it is over at legal and we're waiting for it to come out of legal so that we can meet with them.
Okay.
But he assured me the process was still moving on at pace.
So as far as her job description, what's her job up there? I mean, what's she gonna be? I feel like that we're lacking in advertisement and getting people there and things like that.
Jim.
Well, that's part of what Morgan and I discussed and what we're going to be putting forward with her being not only a manager, but also part of the operation. But those managerial times that she gets to spend, some of those projects that we're going to ask her to be doing, I'm going to work with her. Others she'll work on her own towards advertising and towards promoting the park itself.
So we're gonna update the job descriptions for them.
Some of those things we may be waiting on the completion of that contract because some of them I may come back and ask for a commitment of some funds and things that we may not want to commit to, or grant projects that we may not want to commit to until that contract's dried in ink.
I had an individual come to me, are we not open on Sundays out there at the lake, the marina?
No, we're open currently 7 days a week.
Oh, we are?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, I can tell you there are some times with the Ventec machine, depending on cabin cleaning or other park projects, that there'll be a note on the door telling people she's out for 5 to 10 minutes. They can rent from the front, but the marina will be open. But we are 7 days a week still during the season.
So we have what, one more cabin to finish out there, or what's the?
Yes, we have number 8 is still in the shop, and we'd started the plumbing projects and the groundwork for that, but then that's where
No slab yet?
no slab.
Okay.
How often are those being rented out?
I would have to check on that. Right now, the height of the season, they're almost every weekend booked out to normally 3 to 4 weeks. During the week, they're hit and miss. Probably at least 50% of them are normally rented during the week, off and on. But the weekends are booked normally.
See, I'd like just to see something where, you know, if we don't have people there during the week, we run like some promotion on like the Facebook page or something, letting people know like, hey, we'll give you 5% off if you rent these cabins during the week. I mean, we're not making any money, you know, with them just not being rented. So that's what I'd like to see pushed for out there. I know I've been getting a lot of pushback from a lot of people that, about the money we spend out there, and that nobody knows anything about the lake. And I know we just talk about it all the time, but, you know, if we're going to move her to this position, I would really like to see something happen out there with, you know, not only her day to day, but promoting the lake like crazy.
Well, and that's what Morgan and I discussed about the intention of promoting the lake and the grant processes that are going to be available in the future. But I believe, like I said, most of that grant process or committal of any matching funds would be after we get that contract done.
But I just think there's a lot of stuff we can do without funds. I mean, you know, internet, Facebook, yellow pages, Google account, things like that. That's how I used to run my cabins. And I tell you that without doing all that stuff, I don't think I would have been able to, you know, get them to where they are now. So.
Now, we talked about it before. Somebody has to put forward the effort to make it work. Airbnb, whatever it is, they all work. It's just a matter of somebody has to stay on it.
And that's part of what she and I discussed this morning about the former operation of when I managed being out in the park and the time that she was in the marina, because she's still full-time clerking, that we're going to discuss manpower and how much she's going to need to be off the desk actually doing these things.
You know, with it being just a fishing lake, I mean, when me and my family go fishing, I mean, fishing would be only for me. There's nothing, I mean, we got to be able to promote other things out there, or nobody's going to come to the lake. I mean, right now, you only go there for fishing. I mean, if you take your family out there, you're not going to go stay the night just to go fish so dad can fish. You know, that's kind of my deal. We got to figure out how to get people out there.
We have to have a draw to promote, and that's a large part of it. And I know we were talking about other options in the contract about water activities and other stuff like that. And I'm interested to see what opportunities we're going to have in this contract.
Like kind of what our interests were on, like swimming and stuff like that.
You did?
Yes.
Because
Yes. We
said he presented that.
we spoke about several interests about different things in the park, not only water activities or swimming, but also about the horse trails, the RC park, and other avenues that we thought we might want to proceed with. And we were told we would have clear guidance as to the things that were at least negotiable in that contract with them.
And I know there's a lot to do beyond just promoting, but I would just like to see, like, maybe reach out like the Boy Scouts of America, some kind of clubs, and invite them there. Like, hey, we'll give you 5% off if you guys come here for the weekend and stay. And I mean, so we'll get all those funds for them staying there, just things like that. Because it's, there's people that live around here who don't even know that lake's there. So
All right. So what's the amount? 10, whatever.
10A at 16.
So she needs to understand that that's going to be part of it.
That's correct.
Jim, what's your
I'm
thoughts?
fine with that.
All right.
Make a motion.
did we run interviews? We ran interviews for this, right? We
Yep.
opened it up
Yes.
for 20 days,
What for,
It was a little over 2 weeks.
and we had people that you guys interviewed.
Yeah. Three.
3.
I think.
We interviewed 3 candidates for it.
Did you guys make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Jim made the motion.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. We promote her, Sherry, what's her last name? Sherry Loveland, as park manager up at the Lacine Park in the amount of a pay scale of 10A. That's my motion. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye.
Looks like maintenance wise, we replaced a AC unit last week in Centerville, at the AMR building. Signs, we've got one more week on that, marking or counting project out on 500, that we were trying to collect the data on. We should have that information for you next week. Also, the senior center, I had the bucket truck up there cutting away for that project so we could finish it out and get everything that would hang over any new construction. And looks like I'll need 15, possibly 20 minutes for personnel.
I got a question for you.
Sure.
So we had the 3 meetings. I hope everybody I had about 60. Jim said he thought he had about 65. How many people?
I'd say about 30.
30. This is the comprehensive plan. This is something Jessica and something Bobby is supposed to be wrapped up into. And I got a phone call last night, and then I got some talking to today about the plan itself this morning. Some people feel that we're not on track with this. The lady that's doing it, the company that's doing the comprehensive plan.
Okay.
We may have not asked all the right questions to the people. And so I just want to make sure that the word gets out that internet was one of the big topics there. In the north end of the county, on my side with Lacine and Linn Valley, the internet's perfect. Fiber optic cable, you can get all kinds of speeds. Mountain City area, Pleasanton, I don't know, was that a concern in your area?
We didn't have no concern with the internet, no.
But-
I did hear about Centerville.
And
We had a big
you
concern,
did, big
yeah.
concern there. So internet's got to be a concern. So I ask you to jot that down and make sure if I see Jessica, I'll ask her to make sure that that's part of the topic for the planning and zoning people. Because when they write our personnel comprehensive plan. And what else? There's another issue that nobody's ever talked about, and that's our roads. As far as there may be a lot of money coming down. There may be, a few $1 million given to our county. We don't know that. But with this new bill that President Biden's getting ready to sign one way or the other, is a plan on, are we just going to continue on with gravel roads? Are we going to try to pre-plan and have certain roads paved if the federal government's paying for it? And to have that plan done prior to that would be very beneficial. So that's maybe too forward thinking, but I don't think so. If the money is available, you just keep putting gravel in the holes and every time it rains, it washes them out? Or do you go down roads that's got multiple houses, come up with a plan to figure out which roads could be paved? You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
Chipped and sealed or
I've had multiple people come to me in the Parker area about the railroad tracks
Okay,
being a problem.
Right.
They'd like to blacktop the short stretch of 5 to 6 miles to get blacktop into Miami County without the railroad track.
yeah.
I mean, that's been brought to my attention multiple times.
So there's some ideas. I know you're looking at it's all cross-eyed, but
Well, I'm trying to think, as I recall, the two meetings I was able to attend, that there was the possibility of going back out on that internet survey or reopening it. And I'm trying to recall the specifics of that from having been at the
They
meetings.
talked about it at the Mound City one, maybe going back with their, the comprehensive plan, the advisory board talked that maybe they'll go out with another
okay.
question.
And that would be a good opportunity for these to
ask
go
you.
back and ask those, instead of asking, what do you think, pointedly ask these questions and direct.
Questions that I feel we may be short on right now. What came out of your meeting that stood out that people were asking about besides windmills? Because that's all I hear
I
about.
got pretty beat up on a windmill from a guy, but, well, yeah, it was.
I told him that you said yes.
Yeah, it sounded like it. He came from over your area. Yeah. No,
I remember a lot of city issues,
yeah, they talked about
windmill, not a lot of direct conversation.
pool and sewer. I asked him not to talk about that because I knew that was something you just said, please, let's just talk about the county. And that was first question about why it wasn't the Main Street, why the sewer sucks and water brown. So,
But I do, the only thing that I recall that may have been on point or good was the 69 corridor and the development in your area of that and what the citizens would like to see as far as that development in that corridor was actually probably the one thing that I did notice that was on point.
We got beat up about the nursing home, of course, but there was people there that would like to see the numbers, and then there was some that just wanted the county to pay for it.
Right. Just be done with it.
That was a big issue.
as far as the internet, do we, and I don't know how all that works. Like, I know that Peoples and then you got Crawlcan that probably fight over contracts. Do we have,
CenturyLink.
or yeah, Simulate for FM, do we have, it's like, so over there in Mapleton, Blue Mound area, or not Mapleton, Blue Mound and Centerville, I mean, does somebody hold a contract on that land? Is that why Crawlcan can't get over there, or?
I understand it's treated basically like water districts, right?
Yeah, they have areas that through the, Corporation Commission that allocates an area to a provider. And it's up to that provider to develop whatever they want to provide.
So if they're not doing what we think's good enough, can we,
Just like Crawcan has a fiber optic running along 52 highway, and if you're close to the drop, where there's actually a drop you can tie to it, they will come back and get 3 or 4 houses.
Even though that's not their territory, they've got a transmission line running through, then
But there are houses right along there that the drop wasn't close enough, and they won't
I know that
come
we
back
have,
to
out
it.
here at the farm, they're on one side of the road and the house is on the other, and they won't connect over to the house. I was
There's people like that along 52 over here, 31, the Blue Mound. It's right there in their front
So
yard.
how do we tell these people that have that territory, like, hey, we need to get these people internet. If not, then you guys gotta go so we can
Is
get.
there any action that the commission could take?
probably very little,
Okay.
pressure, to, make changes. You might ask them, what can we do to entice you to do this? And they might have some ideas, I don't know, but we don't have any control over who has what area. We don't have any control over what they do in those areas. That's all outside of county regulation.
I think I'd be pretty upset if I lived over in that area and I worked from home and didn't have internet. That would be very, I don't know what I'd do without internet, but.
Right.
So, but I think the thing, probably one of the things to do is to just ask, what can we do? At the companies, what can we do to entice you to make more investment in this area?
So who's that over there, CenturyLink?
CenturyLink and,
Is that the contract we had at the courthouse? Was that with them or was it with Crawlcan?
Crawcan.
Okay, that's better then. Okay, okay. All right.
And both of those companies are available in Mound City for internet. But yeah, I
So-
mean, it's really nothing the county controls at all.
Yeah, I knew we did. It's kind of like asking the water district for mercy on something. They may or they may not. But we can
There
certainly
are
ask.
options out there for satellite providers and things too that people can go to if they need to.
I'll get with them over the concerns and see what we can do.
Okay, that'd be good. And just make sure that, the word gets back to the person that's doing our comprehensive plan, and make sure she understands that. Those are two questions. There may be more. And then figure out, the biggest thing is for the actual committee is to figure out how they would want us to accomplish that. How do you figure out which roads are necessary to be paved if there's money available to pave them? All right, because everybody's going to want their road paved. But is it the amount of houses down a certain short road?
You want a mechanism, whether it's population-based or it's traffic-based
And
or,
it has to be based on district as well.
yeah.
You can't all put it in one district and nobody will be happy.
So you want you want direction about a mechanism to,
Yeah, from the committee.
okay.
And then same thing with the internet. Let them know that commissioners are interested in sending a letter to Crawcan and CenturyLink to ask for help, support, whatever we can do to try to update that. But we need information back from them on that as well.
Sounds good.
Okay.
What about Xena Road? I have that on my notes.
That, from my understanding and the new contact that I'm sorry, Kate, is her first name and I can't remember the last name, that just took over that area, for the Meridazine. I was told they are in that same process with federal highways that we are currently with a couple of these projects. They are in the discussion phase of that project. So it looks like it's going to be a long haul to get that fixed.
So do we still have the road completely shut down?
My understanding is we barricaded that road at their request until they get through the process. So, and it doesn't seem that they are in the they are in the process of taking the appropriate action, but in order to fix this, it doesn't seem like it's going to be a very quick fix. They're going to go through the same steps we're going through with these bridges. So we may be looking at next year,
And then we have that study going on out there at that road that we were thinking about closing, or that lady wanted closed out here.
That's the one I'd mentioned, 500 Road, that we've got in for a week and I need another week. We were put back a little bit because we were unable to get it installed as quickly as
So
we
it's
could hope.
installed down.
Yes, we're up for a week, and once I get another week, I should be able to come with the results of that study to you, hopefully next week.
I know when Jackie, one last thing, I know when Jackie was leaving, there was, out there at the landfill, we talked about putting some drainage tile or something out of the main building where you dump the trash. Do you know anything about that?
No, I don't.
What was the issue? I can't remember.
It was just like, coming in off of the street, all the water and stuff, that drainage.
Hey, can you check on that? Because check on the drainage as you go into the trash. I always want to call it.
Because all the trash, when we put it in there, it was kind of leaking back out of the building or whatever. And I think Jackie had met with them about, some architect, maybe, I think Peppercorn or something, talking about installing some kind of drainage or something that went over to the lagoon.
Are you talking at the right of way or as it comes out of the building?
Out of the building.
Coming out of the building? Okay.
Is that, am I talking right? Is that what you remember?
There was something as far as in the building.
I will get with Al and Peppercorn and see what I can find out about
Did
that.
you find anything out about the bridges that got the high wings on each side of them, having them removed?
I did talk to Peppercorn about our options with those. He's telling me if we're looking at replacement, that because we're in this process, that we're going to hit the bottom of the list for any funding for next year. So when I meet with him, he's going to sit down and go through my options this week.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about replacement.
When he and I meet, I'm going to talk to him engineering wise. If we don't have that option available to put them on the off-system bridges, what options are yeah, what options are available to me if I can't put them into that project to get them replaced? What are my next steps to repair them?
Appreciate it. You got anything else?
No, other than the personnel time.
15 minutes, you said?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
You're early. You come on up. Regine McPherson, she's our new silver-haired legislator. She took over for Jane Wade. And I didn't know what a silver-haired legislator was until I went to a class on Rotary, and one of the gentlemen there was a silver-haired legislator. So tell us a little bit about it.
Yes, thank you. And those of you who have heard me speak before know that I always try and start out with something positive that's going on in the county. And because I love this county and think it's important too, and I'm kind of going somewhere with this, but that we promote it as much as we can. I went to the Monday evening planning, I'm not sure what to call it yet, but you know what I mean, the planning commission meeting, and was very pleased with the turnout there and the response. I think we probably spent more time on the
Windmills
well, that and electric.
and the power plant. Yeah.
But energy obviously is a big issue, and it should be
Yeah.
because it's. But I'm so pleased to start with positive, something positive. I'm pleased that the county is taking this proactive, bringing in someone who knows what they're doing, or at least I assume that's what you had researched, and has gone through this, makes their livelihood on helping communities improve. That's not to say that Jessica isn't doing a wonderful job. I think she is, from what I can tell. But it's still, sometimes you need that extra professional assistance. So I thought that was good, and I was just pleased with that meeting. That, you know, I probably won't even be around in 20 years, but in 20 years or whatever time frame it is, that there could be some really good things coming from the county. And I think you're spot on in terms of the internet as well. You know, the woman who was behind me who said she didn't have internet connection all week, I didn't either. And I ended up having to buy a new phone and, you know, which was okay. But where I'm going with that is that I think Verizon should, or any of the phone companies should be added to that list, because that's how I get my internet, is off of my phone and Verizon. And when Verizon messes up, then I'm without internet connection as well. Anyhow, I'm really here to talk about the silver-haired legislators. Do you mind if I sit down? I
Sure.
have leg tremors. I mean,
Yes,
if you
ma'am.
could see my legs right now, you can understand why. But before I do that, I'm going to give you the brochure. And I'm not sure we've met Mr. Johnson.
Nice to meet you.
I'm from Centerville, by the way.
You gonna swear her in?
Well, I've been pretty good this.
They do.
Well, usually I can speak up loud enough, but I want to make sure you do hear me. Now, did I give the one away that was in a plastic binder?
No. What?
Doesn't make any difference. Really need it anyway. But silver-haired legislative position was adopted by the federal government in, I believe, 1969. It was several years later that Kansas put this into place. So it isn't a new program, but I will have to say I had not heard of it until a few years ago. And I think it was Mr. James that said, how did you get into this? Who talked you into it? Well, I have a tendency of saying yes to most things. And when I had, of this nature, and when I had read in the paper, because I knew a little bit about what this process is, that Linn County didn't have a representative. And so I was hoping somebody else would step up. But it was 15 minutes before the deadline, and I called and I said, does Linn County have a representative? And they said, no, no one has even expressed any interest. So I said, give me the weekend to think about it. And so then on Monday, I said, you know, I'll do this. I don't know how much time it's going to take. That's all subject to how many meetings we go to, and I guess how involved I want to get. I'm not going to go through this with you because I think you can do that. But the point being, it started out as federal legislation so that every state can have this program. And I think most states around us anyhow do. So every county is ideally to be represented as senior citizen, and obviously I'm a senior citizen, and to deal with and to bring to people's attention the issues that are related to seniors. Now, a couple that are on here are, and I wasn't a part of this at that time, but I think it's on this, where it says recent successful legislation. If I was a grandparent raising my grandchildren, I now would have certain rights that I wouldn't have had a few years ago, and the state has addressed that. I can't be probably any more specific than that, but one of the goals is to keep them out of foster care children. And of course, by doing that, that's going to save counties, the state, a lot of money. The same way with Senior Care Act, and again, I'm not real familiar with that yet, I probably will get to be. But the cost difference to the state is $200 per month. I'm reading this off of this for SCA services compared to $3,000 to $4,000 per month in a care facility. So I think the organization is paying for itself, and not the organization, but I think this legislation is doing some good things to help with the state and probably county as well. So that's a little bit. I'm going to stop for just a second and ask you if you have any questions about it. I know this is maybe, you said you were familiar with it because you did the presentation.
And, you know, and a lot of people don't know it, that it's an actual elected position.
Yes.
And I know Jane Wade did a great job, and then her term was up and she chose not to run again. So I think she did it twice, if I'm not mistaken. And you're going to meet in Topeka a couple times?
Well, this is what's happened thus far, because this happened, my agreeing to do this in April. And by the way, Franklin County and Osage County, if you know anybody in those counties that would be interested, do not have representatives yet. There's 105 positions. I am going to answer your question. There's 105 possible positions, I think they've said, because 5 counties have more than one representative. They have up to 5. In those counties, they may be elected. I mean, I didn't have to be elected because I volunteered. But in those places where you have more than one person that's interested, then that does have to go to a special election. So right now, there's only about 90 some that are filled. So there's a lot of positions way out in the western part of the state that they haven't, well, even on the eastern side of the state, have not been able to get anyone involved to do this. I've gone to a couple meetings, like in Ottawa, which isn't bad. You know, I go to Ottawa a fair amount, so that's not a big deal. There was in Salina a week ago, and I had planned to go to that, and then my dog got bit by a rattlesnake the day before, and I just wasn't willing to leave my dog. So I tried to do it on Zoom, and that's going back to the technology part again. It was horrible. So anyhow, that's my problem, not yours. But so I only picked up bits and pieces. That one in Salina was to bring all of the smaller units together to try and decide what is going to be the most important topic that we deal with in the state. Obviously, I gave you a couple of that have been. I can't tell you at this point in time what it may be because I couldn't hear the last part of the presentation on Zoom. We will go to Topeka in October, and that's what you were kind of referring to, for 2 or 3 days. And I for sure won't miss that, because that will be a critical one where we'll probably also meet with our legislators. I took the opportunity to talk to Karen Tyson last week because she didn't know that I was doing this. And Karen is all of 10 minutes from me, so that's not that she has a lot of time to meet with somebody, but that still is, you know, it's nice to have someone in your backyard that you can kind of run things by as well. Not everybody has that opportunity. The second part of what I wanted to share with you is how it's funded. And I took this position, I want this to be, that you understand where I'm coming from on this. I took this position as a volunteer, knowing that I probably would have to take care of all my expenses. That's just what I assumed. Well, now in meeting with this, and it's an organization that doesn't have a lot of money. So they've done some fundraising things in the past where the representatives bring in things that they want to put on the secret, whatever they call that, where you auction, silent auction, I guess is what it's called. And I'm thinking, and a position that's as important as this could be, why should they be doing something like that to make money? So one of the things that has been suggested is that we each go to our county commission and ask for some funds to help support this. So I'm trying to also help you understand that I think this can be important to you. And I'm not going to say that I'm going to be here every Monday to read or to understand what your issues are that you're dealing with, but I will try to be a better informed citizen. I always read the notes in the Linn County News, so I know at least a little bit of what's going on. But again, the point being, this is an organization that doesn't have a lot of funding. That's not critical to me. Again, I made the decision to do this on my own dime, and I still will probably do that. But there are people in the western part of Kansas that their expenses are going to be much more than mine if I drive to Topeka or wherever it may be. And that one we will have to stay over 1 or 2 nights, I believe. And so I'm prepared to pick up my own expenses. But there are probably some people that can't do this simply because they don't get reimbursed. So I'm coming to you as a group that has some financial abilities here to make a contribution. And Commissioner James and I visited about this just briefly last week, and he said, well, how much are we talking about? Well, I about fell on my chair when they said, oh, $100 would be great. Now, if you give us $100 or you don't give anything, I'm still going to be involved. That's not an issue either. But I guess I would like to think that the county could come up with at least $100 and maybe a little bit more than that. And again, I'm not requesting so much for myself, although I will say that there are some organizations that I have been involved in that they want you to report everything because they want to be able to use this to get some federal funding or whatever it may be, so that they know exactly what this program is costing. That would be the only reason I would take the money. That's, again, not a big issue here, but I'm coming to you as a citizen of this county. And I think you're my commissioner, as I recall, around Centerville. And
David, has
support this.
the county provided expense money for the legislator in the past?
We have, and that's, I was trying to look and see if I could find what we've done, and I haven't spotted it yet, but I know.
But I want to make sure that it isn't reimbursement, but that to that individual through the county. Because I don't think that's appropriate either.
The point I was going to make is if there is an amount that we have typically done in terms of reimbursement, and you're not seeking reimbursement, that amount might be reasonable to dictate a contribution in general if you're interested in making an undirected contribution.
How would they distribute that throughout the count or throughout the state then, I guess is what
And I wrote it down when I was at the Ottawa meeting. I can't read my own writing, but I'd have to check to see if you were willing to write a check or however this works. Then I would get to Mr. Linn, the name of the person that's the treasurer. So it would directly go to that individual, not to me or anybody else. It would go to that so that it is part of the organization. I think there's a little bit in here about how it's funded, and I don't think I told you anything that isn't correct. But again, I wouldn't take the reimbursement. I don't think that's the appropriate way to deal with this issue, even from my own personal tax. I want to do that. So with that, if you want to discuss it in executive meeting and somebody give me a call or however you want to do it.
Yeah, we could discuss it in executive.
Yeah, we discuss it out here, so
Okay.
give us time everybody to mull it over.
That's certainly fine with me. And you're probably going to go into executive session. So I'm going to go shop in one of our local shops to create some sales tax for the building out back.
There you go. Spend a lot, then.
Oh, I never have.
We're a couple windows short right now.
Well, that does remind me of something I'd like to ask at this group. Does this, all of this, I can't quite put my finger on everything here. Does this mean the courthouse is not, we're not going to have a new courthouse?
Well, we are not. We're going to continue with that courthouse.
Will this one be, and how much can it be renovated since I?
Yeah, we're looking at seeing if there's a company that can come in and help us with some funding for that.
Okay, good.
I haven't looked very hard, to be honest with you, but there are
It's
restoration
such a
companies that work
beautiful
on that.
building. I look in there, I was in there the other day to pay my taxes. And I thought, wouldn't this woodwork be gorgeous if it could be stripped down to the original? I have a fair amount of experience in that, in restoring an old home. So
16 right under.
trust me, I could sit here all day and tell you things that about the county or things that I think you're doing good or what I wish you would do differently. I can do that too.
Tell Jim, call Jim.
Yeah, I don't think I have your phone number.
Well, here.
I never bothered my page, other than when I could see it here, so don't get too worried. I'm going to use this as a platform to tell you just, and this is not about me, again, making money, because I don't make money on my writing books. But I am an author, and I've given you, well, I know you have a set. I don't know about the rest of them because it might have been, or not a set, you have the first one, and they're children's Christian books, and there's 3 in the series, and I give those away. I give them to Concern, and if I see a child out on the street that looks like about the appropriate age. But I have a new one coming out called Posts from the Country, and much of it is about Linn. Everything would have happened in Linn County for the most part. I refer to my roots back in Nebraska a little bit, but for the most part, it's 53 devotionals that are weekly devotionals rather than daily, one for each week of the year. And a good share of it is about Linn County. So if you see any books out there, it's Posts from the Country. And to bring this kind of full circle, again, I love Linn County. I'm glad I was able to partially raise my kids, my sons, in this county. I know that they value it a great deal, and it'll always be in where my kids and grandkids will probably always own the property that we have. But I tie that in with as I started the Planning Commission, because I think this is so important. We've got some resources that people don't even know about yet. This is my personal opinion. But I think we have some resources that people don't even know about yet in Linn County because we haven't thought of them yet. The one thing I like about this county is you can take something that seems almost impossible and turn it into something possible. And I grew up on a farm. I know a lot about farming families. And you just do what you have to do. And I hope this book will help bring us, bring people a little more aware of Linn County, and I believe it.
Now, has the Linn County News or Roger Sims's new paper, have they interviewed you about your books?
No, but Jackie and I stay. In fact, Jackie was going to write something for the back of the cover, and I don't know. She may be on vacation right now. I'm not sure. So I'm probably going to proceed without it. But Jackie is aware of what I'm doing.
Okay.
And, I saw Roger Sims there last week, but I didn't. So he's starting a new
He is.
newspaper?
So those are 2 people that should be talking to you.
Yes. And I could say I could consume your whole morning, and I don't think that's what you want. So
Thank
I'll go
you.
shop, and then I'll be back if you want me to.
All right. Thank you very much.
I was looking back previous years, and I think there's been some times where we've given some money to the person that's representing Linn County directly, and I'd have to know who it was and what year to find that very easily. But I did find in 2014, there was a motion to donate $250 to the Silver-Haired legislature, and we did that year. That's the only one I found that went directly to the
It
organization.
should be Jane Wade or, what's her name?
Well, the one right before her, this,
The director,
yeah. She did it for a few years too.
Yeah.
But
Was always involved in the sign business over there. What's her name? My mind is blank.
mine too.
Gentry?
Huh?
Sign business. Gentry?
No, she was involved in trying to get that direct sign to trading post corrected. She met over there.
Oh, that Grossheart, right?
Yes,
Mary?
Mary Grosser.
Oh, okay. I don't know her, but, and I will probably spend a lot of time in nutrition centers, probably eat better because of it. And I'm looking forward to meeting more people. I'm not a native Linn Countyan, as I mentioned. And so I don't know all of the people that you probably do. And I'd like to, I again, love the people in Linn County. They're just, I can't say it enough. Farming people are, and others are wonderful. So,
Thank you very much. Come on in.
All right.
You the lone guy? You're going to answer all the questions today. So did you hire somebody or not? Did we interview the mechanic? He didn't show up or what?
He never answered my phone calls.
Yeah.
Called me back.
Okay.
Did you ever get another applicant?
Mm-mm.
Are you hurting for one really bad?
Well, yeah.
Real bad.
Do we need to put up that sign, our orange and black sign advertising for a mechanic?
Might, I mean, more people will see that. But it was on Facebook, so. But it depends on who shares it too, on who sees it.
Well, no, she's doing more than that too.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Facebook, Indeed, newspapers. I mean, I'm doing everything.
So still working on it. We'll see what happens.
Is there anything like with this, with a group text to somewhere, I mean, where we could even do it that way? You know, I mean, countywide with, I know nobody has, a lot of people don't have home phones anymore. And we've went to cell phones. I just wonder if is there an option out there that,
I mean, you could do it if you had everybody's phone number, but I don't know. That would be a hell of a group text, wouldn't it?
it would, I mean, I know that, but I'm just saying, is there an option there some way?
I don't know.
Because it was just like the mailer, and we mailed that out to everybody in the county, but there was people, I don't know if they don't look at it or what, that they said that, you know?
Yeah.
Most of those people would have to sign up. I'm familiar with several of those programs through like colleges or cities, or governments where they develop a sign up basically for a text alert from this program. But they would all have to agree to be part of that. I'd still get information from the community center and activities back and forth Scott on, but you have to be a part of that
We
program.
basically want it one way probably, because we'd end up getting a lot of feedback that, you know, but
You know, if we contacted that guy that calls me about my warranty running out all the time,
there you go.
we'd be all right.
I think that would be a good idea.
I don't know.
Maybe,
A text cast,
I
right?
wonder if Chris Martin would set something up and then we just,
Maybe
then people come in and,
kind of like that.
I
yeah,
don't
I don't know.
I don't know. I know it'd be a headache probably to get it
It
set
may be
up.
something you can put on a mailer or an.
I bet you could figure it out.
Sign up,
Oh, yeah.
you could sign up for that.
Not that you want to, but you could.
We'll just use Kevin's 911 like in the scanner.
Everybody got it.
911. There you go. Yeah.
Might just be
Man down. So what's going on in the county, road wise? You had somebody working this weekend, mowing.
Yeah, had one mowing over Pleasanton area.
Okay.
I think that's the only one. That was,
So you're just kind of asking right now. You're just asking for volunteers that would more put some hours in mowing.
yeah,
Okay.
mower, my full-time mower guy, or part-timer,
Mhm.
he's been working 10-hour days to try to,
How you feel the roads are as far as mowing? Are we way behind still, or
in places,
yeah?
I mean,
Yeah.
places.
And then, are you short anybody besides the mechanic up there? Okay. And then what kind of a major equipment's going down?
Second
Yeah.
Are your tractors all good? And then tractors and mowers ever?
Kubota, I'm still waiting on the part for it. I mean, but it can be run and mowed with. It's just the AC blower comes and goes. And that's what we're waiting on, the blower for it. So, can be run, but
Okay.
I don't like running when the AC don't work,
Right.
And
because it gets hot.
your short list for equipment, I was working with all of them about their equipment list, but your short list was a 20-foot gooseneck to pull culverts, or whistles around. And I thought I was gonna have, some numbers for you this week, but I will definitely have them for you next week to finalize that, because.
So you put the specifications out on it, what you wanted?
Yeah.
So the weight, the double axle, triple axle, whatever you,
7,000 pound axles, 20-foot, 5-foot, fold outs, on a flatbed gooseneck. And
so Neil knows about it over here in the trailer.
yes,
And then where else did you advertise?
I
or
didn't
not
advertise.
advertise,
For
yeah.
Other bids, the majority of the places that I'm getting are telling me 3 months.
Have you looked on Purple Wave?
I did go through Perkaway, but I wasn't able to find anything that fit that. Most of them were a little heavier than that one.
Just pulling it with a ton truck or what?
Pull behind my
Okay.
deposit tube where I need them.
Okay.
Somebody else.
We don't have anything that's adequate enough to do that right now, trailer wise?
We use one of the dump trucks and trailers we got up there, but getting that dump truck and trailer in some of these places. And plus, I'd just soon go out and dump tubes off where I need them, and then have them come behind me and put them in instead of taking a guy to take the tube out. I just have them out done, ready to go.
Okay.
And then Harry was unable to be here. I talked to him this morning. He's got culverts put in, but because of some leave this week, he had to be out on the road today.
Okay. You got any questions?
I know I've got a little bit of, a few text messages from people over in my district about, especially over by my house too, or roads over by my house. I've been cutting really far down into the sides of the roads. So there's like a hump. Is there a reason why they're doing that? I mean,
No,
let me see if I can read.
just
It's, I didn't know if we were trying to prep for getting ready for some ditches or what, but I mean, it looks like they're maybe trying to recrown the top of the road where it, but then the grass is like that much higher than the,
really, there's no reason to be cutting. You don't want them lips. You don't want them lips on the roads to begin with. I don't know why they'd be making more. That don't allow your water to get into the ditch.
yeah, said, hey, Danny, would you drive Waddles Road and see how they are cutting the edge of the road down to form a gully from the water to cut, for the water to cut down. If they keep going, we won't be able to drive drive into a pasture without a tractor. I just,
He cut the field entrance and stuff.
I know that when I went over it, coming down from my house, when I went across Waddles Road, it did kind of dip down. So
Do you have anything, Jim?
No.
You got anything for us?
Plugging away.
All right. Appreciate you. You need 15 minutes. Anybody? Sheriff, do you need any time? You need any time? For the same person? So how much time we need total?
Probably, we could try total of 30 and see.
All personnel? Does anybody got anything else after that for Gary? You got anything for legal? Anybody? Is this going to end up in a legal thing after this? We all right?
There could be some legal issues to discuss this part of it, but it's basically personnel issues.
Okay, so we'll call you if we need you. How's that?
Okay.
I'll let you go early today.
Can't beat that.
I'll make a motion that we go into executive session for 30 minutes for personnel. That's my motion.
Second.
Moved and second, all in favor? Aye.
So you wanna- just in case.
Get off easy.
What'd you do?
What's that?
I was doing it. She didn't take very good notes last week. She was sick.
Are you guys ready to talk budgets?
Oh, yeah, that'll take the smile right off my face.
Overall, we've got some good issues to deal with, so. Here is printed copies of that comparison with everything in there now where we're sitting. I sent you guys an email the other day talking about where we are on budgets, what we need to do to hit our revenue neutral rate. I did talk to Doug and to Don, who's president of the fire board, and let them know, what we needed to get down to on the fire budget to meet the revenue neutral rate on it. Don came in to see me because he wasn't sure why we were needing to do that, because they'd already reduced their budget request from what this year's was. It was the cash carryover that was creating the problem, because their cash carryover was lower than what we planned at the end of the year. So it drove it down to where we need to reduce that, which Don understood once I showed him that. They both stated they would rather cut back this year's expenses but leave next year's budget request where it was. And we can do that and get them to the revenue neutral rate. Doug didn't give me any specific items to cut, which really the line items don't make a lot of difference to me as long as we get the budget down. But I can cut that 54,586 out of this year's expenses to get them down to where they need to be. And that would still leave them spending about 12,000 more than they did last year on actual expenses. So I think we're fine there. So if you guys don't object, I'll just make those adjustments on this year's budget for fire. That'll get it in line. But then we need to get into what do we want to do on the county budget. So I sent you a list of possible items that we could do, but we're looking at getting us up to that revenue neutral rate, which I think is probably where we want to be this year, because this is setting our rate. It's what it's going to be based on for next year. And if we drop that down, then we're going to be in here next year saying, okay, now we've got to have a resolution and we've got to send a notice to people that we're going to go over and increase taxes to get us back up to where we need to be. So I think we're safer if we get to that revenue neutral rate. I gave you a few suggestions, but those are wide open to what you guys want to do. What I had in there was the cost of living and some salary adjustments. I just threw 100,000 in there for ambulance building, not knowing what we're going to need or how much, but I thought that was something I know we'd been talking about.
Is that the one you sent evaluation?
Just this morning?
Yeah.
No, this was Friday, I think, when I sent this out.
The budget comparison.
Just the budget changes. Let me look at what it was. Hang on. I've got it here.
Budgets, David, you sent a lot of emails.
Yeah, well, I was busy working on budgets, so updated budget comparison, that was Friday. The minutes agenda was Friday. Did I not send you one with suggestions?
I didn't.
I think it was earlier in the week, actually.
You just tell me what day. I don't know.
Okay, I'm still going back and looking.
Budget comparison on the 18th.
Budgets on Wednesday and
Today's
Thursday.
weather. Doug, sorry.
Well, you guys leave that. I got a question. So on the,
Okay, yeah. Oh, I found it.
What day?
Thursday, there was one that the subject line was budgets. It had 3 attachments. 2 of them were copies of the county budget and the special district budget. And the third one was a Excel sheet that said budget changes. So that was, Thursday just after noon when I sent that out.
What day was it?
23rd?
22nd.
That's what the. Okay.
I don't want to go back that far. It won't go past July 23rd.
We're not very good commissioners. We can't even pull up your budget.
This was the same one where I told you I'm gonna be leaving about 2:30 on Friday and be out of town part of the weekend. If you see
I think-
things you want to discuss, let me know this afternoon or tomorrow morning.
Hey, can you just send it real quick?
Just send that one again.
Yeah.
Harry's here. Did he want to talk?
All right, I just forwarded that email again. But I have all the information from it here.
All right.
It's, I did not print a copy of those changes I suggested, but let me just kind of run back down them again. What I put in there, is we were looking at adding another 836,000 to the expenses to get us to the revenue neutral rate. If we did a 3% cost of living between wages and benefits, that's like 184,000. We had some salary adjustments on elected officials that we had talked about. I put in some suggestions for that.
Which one are you looking at, David?
This is the budget changes.
Okay, at the very bottom. Okay.
Yeah. So that was gonna take up about another 23,000 if we did those. And then I just threw some things in there to balance out the rest of it. I put 100,000 on an ambulance building. I put 200,000 for more road rock. I put 200,000 for more asphalt. And that still left 129,000 to put into contingency just to get us to the revenue neutral rate.
Well, mine shows 166 on
Well, and that may be, I've
On
updated
contingency.
since then because of some other things that changed. So yeah, this is all fluid right now because I found other issues as we went through the budget that I needed to make adjustments and.
the, you're saying if we drop the expense of what it is from last year, then we'll be back next year looking.
Yeah, if we drop under that revenue neutral rate, it sets a new lower limit for us the following year. Then we have to go through the extra steps and starting next year, besides just passing a notice that we're going to go out, we have to mail it to everyone that's affected and have the expense of that, which I would like to not have to do. But what I've got in here would get us to the revenue neutral rate, which would still be a tax reduction of mill levy of about 1.7 mils over the previous year. So we'd be lowering our county levy and still bringing in the tax dollars to get us to the revenue neutral rate. But where we put these extra things in the budget is what I'm looking to you guys for of, what do we want to do to,
I've got a question on like the sheriff budget where we're budgeting not much for the year. I mean, he's not, we don't need the help for the whole year, I guess, is what I'm saying.
So it looks like, yeah, I wish he was here. Yeah, because now it doesn't look like, well, not now, but it's scheduled to end in March. Somewhere in March, we're supposed to take over the building. And the way I understood his budget, that at that point, he would have enough jailers, enough everybody to, and 96 inmates. So, and whatever he budgeted for would be those inmates would be income. The rest would be just ours.
Okay.
I don't see that happening either, and you don't either.
yeah, and at the moment, I have already reduced the income next year from bringing in prisoners by $300,000, which would be basically half of the year of it, of what was in there. And I know he used estimates from the architect's study that was around 600,000 for a year. So that's what he put in. I don't see any way that's going to happen next year. So I already knocked 300,000 of income out to make up for half of next year. However, I left the expense the same, not knowing when we really need to get the expenses up there. So it gives us the flexibility. If we need to spend that much, we can. It doesn't mean we have to spend it.
We have the 300,000 there, but though also then a farm out money that we're, there's 400 or 300 and some thousand for farm out.
Well, and that was already calculated in the budget of what we would spend on the farming out,
For
so,
this next year, though.
yeah. I mean, we'd already knocked that down in what he requested. in the budget.
Okay.
So I had taken 300,000 off the income, and that's before we even get into this 800,000 I'm talking about. That's what got us to that point, or it would have been more we'd been looking for.
So does everybody understand what we're doing, or
Oh, well.
his goal?
So you're actually taking 300 off of what the 650 increase that he was asking for.
Off the income. I didn't take anything off the expenses he was asking for. If we take it off the expenses, that puts us even farther away from this.
So it's over $1 million.
Right.
Yeah.
The other things, I had made a change on payroll in the elderly budget because we found there was a coding error in payroll that I'm not sure how long it had been that way, but Sean and I were trying to figure out where these numbers were off and things weren't balancing, and I finally tracked it down. We were charging wages to the wrong department for one person. So I moved that back where it belongs. So I've already made an adjust to elderly since the budget that was turned in. I adjusted the capital outlay in solid waste because we've already had a bunch of dirt work done that wasn't really in this year's budget. Thank you. So I've added that back in. I also found out one day last week our unemployment rate almost tripled for next year. So I went back and adjusted benefits for that. But here's that changes sheet that I've been reading off. I had Joyce print.
What about for our prosecuting attorney? I know that we had our assistant on a 6-month trial run, or whatever you want to call it. And I'm assuming that he figured in his salary and everything for the entire year next year.
I think so. And that's the other thing before we get to finalizing anything. I just pulled a spreadsheet Thursday afternoon or Friday of wages of every employee we have and sorted it by department. And I still got some work to do on that to compare all those to their budget requests and make sure if we're where we need to be or not. So that's kind of my plan this week, is to wrap that work up and then hopefully publish the budget next week.
Let me ask you this. So I just now that it's in big print. So the cost of living before wasn't figured in, but it's figured in now. You need to get to that 836, you believe.
Right.
So if we add that in, we add the employee benefits, I have no problem with at all. What's the elected salary adjustments mean?
Okay, that was the comparison that Janet and I had for you a month or so ago.
Yeah, about reducing or adding.
Where we, and down below that is the split on where those numbers came from. And that would be getting our elected officials up to the average of the counties we compared to.
Okay.
So that would be, yeah, those next two lines.
So if you did everything but the contingency, where would that put us?
Well, then we'd still be about 129 short of getting to the revenue neutral rate, which is a little less than $500,000 for us.
And
So we'd be dropping our levy about 2.2, 2.3 mils instead of 1.7. And it would actually decrease.
it would decrease the overall for next year.
Right.
I thought they lifted the lid on that.
Well, it's no lid, it's
There's-
revenue
It's the
neutral.
revenue
But if
neutral.
you
that's
want to
right,
go over it, you delay your hearing, and starting next year, you have to mail a notice to every taxpayer of what the change is going to be, saying you're going to increase taxes and here's how much. So it,
Now, on the rural fire, what's the decrease for 2021 payroll?
okay, so that's on the firefighters' pay. Based on where we are in the year and how much we've paid, it doesn't look like we'll need to spend the whole budget for their pay this year, and we usually don't.
I thought
That's-
we gave them a raise.
Well, that's coming in next year's budget. But we've spent, I just looked at this a few minutes ago. On the volunteer pay, we've spent 37,500 this year. And we've made 7 months payments to the volunteers out of 85,000 budgeted. So if you divide that 37 by 7, take it times 12 to get a yearly, we're actually about 20,000 under what's budgeted. So we could easily knock some off of this year's expense on that and still be safe. And then the rest of it, there's a budgeted transfer for 50,000 to special fire. That's the easy place to take some of that out. And then we get down to the end of the year, if the money's still available, they could still make a bigger transfer, but that's going to be something you have to look at in December and make a decision at that time.
And we'll be adding $129,082 to the contingency to get to revenue neutral.
And that's if you use these numbers, that's where we'd be right now. Now, I think some of this may adjust a little when I get the rest of that salary comparison done this week of our employees and make sure the budget requests are where they should have been for the salaries we have.
Just like the sheriffs with the bailiffs, with two bailiffs in the courtrooms, we're, I guess, who says we have to have two? I mean,
I don't,
is it?
I know they have.
One in the courtroom and then one at the.
Well, there is a requirement based on the building of the jail, how many bailiffs we need.
Who says it, I guess is what I mean.
I think the state or the feds say how much we are required based on the amount of prisoners that we have.
But with the bailiffs, that's with the courtroom, and we won't have court every day in two
Yeah.
rooms, is what I'm saying, so.
But I don't know if we have two now.
we have 2 bailiffs now.
They want 2 more.
Yeah.
There he is.
There. Oh, thank goodness you're back.
is.
Hey, could you come up here, Sheriff, and have a seat? I was trying to text you.
Dan did it, so.
So we're working on fitting this in the budget, and yeah, he had a question on bailiffs. Is there an amount of bailiffs? Is there a requirement of bailiffs? But you want 2 more bailiffs based on.
Let me get up here so I don't get screamed at later for not being able to be heard. No, currently, with our one courtroom system, they have a bailiff who is stationed at the door to run the scanner when people walk in and give direction. And then there's a bailiff in the courtroom. So my plan is for this project is that now we're going to have 2 courtrooms and a lot bigger facility. So one thing that we've talked about that I'm really interested in is currently both of our bailiffs who work the court are both law enforcement officers. And I believe with our new system, and we kind of been researching this and reaching out to others and seeing what people are currently doing, there's a belief that we could utilize 2 law enforcement officers and then to reduce the cost of the project a little bit, hire essentially 2 more individuals who would act as security officers instead of law enforcement officers, because you're already going to have 2 in there. So if we can do that project with 2 security personnel who would be essentially like jail staff and probably at that wage of jail staff, I think we'll probably would be able to reduce the price of that project in year 2, being able to realize 2 law enforcement and 2 security staff who would have similar instrumentation as law enforcement, but not exactly the same. Because in this project, we're going to need somebody to meet and greet at the door, to run the magtrometer, and then when people walk in, to assure that they're not, carrying anything that they shouldn't be, and then they would be allowed in. Then we're going to have about a 200 camera security system, and that would be staffed by 1 in the security office at the front of the courthouse, and then we would have 1 in each courtroom to secure the courtrooms. And I honestly, I don't know how much both courtrooms are going to be utilized in year 1. So, but I think that we can do it with 2 law enforcement and then 2 security staff is my goal for that. So in our bailiffs project, I would like to say the budget for that was somewhere around, I don't remember off the top of my head, 170. possibly coming into year one. But I think that that would probably cheapen up quite a bit. I think we'd probably have some money, and all that is personnel salary. So that's not considering any other stuff that would go with that, whether it be training costs or whether it be equipment costs or anything like that. That was written into other projects under that, under
Is it a
the,
statute, rule, law that we have to provide district courts with that, or do they provide any kind of funding or anything towards that?
they do not, and there is a statute that says the sheriff will secure the courts.
And actually, when I first got here, I think the bailiffs actually fell under the judges over there.
It did. I was employed under that project back, I was the first bailiff in the 6th district and employed under that project back in 96, 97, somewhere in that, 97, I believe, in that time frame. And it was under the district court. But when I say it was under the district court, the budget for the district court included that which you guys would approve yearly as part of their budgetary expenses. So,
It's changed a couple of years ago.
yeah, before I came.
We took it out of that budget and moved it into sheriff's
Yeah.
budget.
And I'll be honest with you, I think whatever budget it's being paid out of, it's being paid out of. It doesn't affect the way that the project is ran. It affected the patch on the sleeve essentially, because it was the 6th district court patch on the sleeve instead of the sheriff's patch. And that was really the only difference, in the project, because it was still funded under the county and the sheriff still, was authorizing the bailiff's authority. So they had a commission through the sheriff's office for the bailiff's authority all along, and that's how it ran. So it's being paid out of a different budget, which quite frankly might help better fit the Kansas statute that says we have to provide security to the courts.
Any more questions?
Now, one thing that we would always consider is to what level do we provide security to the courts? Because if we reach to, after the statute was written, if we reach to the Attorney General's opinion of that statute, because it's been challenged many times, and the Kansas Attorney General would say that the sheriff does supply protection of the system, of the judicial system, but at what level? That's what's always argued, and that's what we'd be talking about here today. So do we provide it by law enforcement officers, security officers? How does that look? And I think that falls down to, I think we could do it a little bit cheaper, and I hate to use the term cheaper, but doesn't mean our service would be any less, but I think we could do it a little bit more reasonable if I kept law enforcement staffed and had some security staff there as well, who would essentially operate as a security guard rather than a law enforcement officer.
Anything?
I want to jump back in on some comments if you're done with those questions anyway at the moment. Something else I wanted to bring your attention to on that sheet of changes, the Fair Board did decide that they wanted to drop their request to 0.2 mils, and it was over 0.4 the way I had figured it originally. So that saved us $63,000 to the Fair Board that cleared it up for use somewhere else in the county. I also know, since we've been talking about where we could be with revenue neutral, Fraser is looking at a vehicle. She does not have an estimate yet, but she's talked to Sean. I think she'd emailed Kevin to see if either one of them had any vehicles that would work for them, and I don't think we had anything at the moment. That's what I saw in those emails. So she's looking into what it would take to replace a vehicle. So that would be something for next year's budget, that she might want a little more for a vehicle in it than what she'd had. Talked to a few other people, let them know what was coming up today. I talked to Sean and I told him I'd already made a suggestion in there for more road rock and more asphalt, knowing that, well, road rock especially is something you guys have talked about quite a bit over the last couple of years. Of we're needing rock in a lot of places, and we've lost a lot of rock from storms and getting washed away. So I was thinking that might be an option for some of this funding was to bump those areas up in the road a little bit to try to build us back up to where we need to be. So it's not that we can't find good uses for this. It's just a matter of what are those uses and what direction would you guys like to go with it? I do want to, like I said, I'm working on that spreadsheet of all of the salaries of all employees in the county. That's going to give me, another day or two's work to wrap that up, but I'll do that this week. And then I would be able to give you some more ideas of let's use my office as an example. If I requested $150,000 and this study shows that I need 110, then there's either an issue there or there's something I don't know. Not with mine, it wouldn't be that I didn't know, but maybe somebody's short a person and I don't know that at the time and I need to find out, why is your budget request here when I'm calculating you only need this much? So there's some things like that I still want to look at this week and make sure where we are and everything that we've got it covered. But I'm looking for direction at the moment on what you'd like to do on some of these things to.
I understand the revenue neutral. And I understand if we cut money, it hurts next year.
Right.
But at the same time, I'd like to see the contingency go away. Not the whole contingency, but this extra 129, this not extra, but additional 129,000 that we put in there, which would put our mill levy, cut it by what, 2?
We'd be looking at a little over a 2 mil reduction if we took that out too.
And the reason is we've got a fairly good contingency now, and I understand the problem it may create next year. But if every single year we look to spend up to a revenue neutral, or in the past the lid and can go over and all that, then we end up never doing any better than we did the year before. So if it's 120 or 9,000 or 130,000, I always vote for, when at all possible, to give pay increases, the cost of living allowance, because I think that's the way we keep employees here, and that they're happy, and they see that we're putting forth an effort to make sure they stay up with the economy. But if we spare anything, that would be my druther, is to try to cut that as much, if not all of it, as much as possible. And I do understand that it may create next year's budget more challenging. And we haven't had a challenging year on budgets for a few years now.
No, we really haven't.
And so,
to me, the biggest challenge this year is there's so much unknown with this project.
There is.
That it's hard to tell where we're going to be on some of that.
And I know it'd be easy to say, well, take the 129,000 more and put it into the courthouse or whatever next year. And that may be what you two decide too. And but that would be my suggestion, that we cut that 129,000 and give it back to our residents.
Where are you looking, Kevin, as far as wanting your help whenever I know you're gonna have to increase your manpower. Where are you looking at for the year to start this? I mean, or you want to do it?
Oh, no, I don't want to incur a whole bunch of expenses. I don't have room for people.
Right. I'm asking when do you want?
So it's my understanding that the project, the Justice Center project, could open or be turned over to the county somewhere around April, May. And I would say that we would probably look at making an attempt for hiring, and we've already started a little project with a job fair for this project in January. So we would be, and I think that was, I want to say, the first week in January, and I'm sorry, I just met with Morgan and some other people on it the other day. I believe if we do that in January, we would probably looking at starting people February, March, because I can't put that many people in the facility that we're in, where they're going to be walking on each other, and that would be a horrible training platform. So, I mean, we would want to be bringing our new folks in after maybe maybe 30 days of training in our old facility, because that could get them operational with our systems and stuff like that, without crowding them horribly for a long period of time. And then if we're able to go in April or May, they would be boots on the ground, ready to work. But yeah, I wouldn't want to do them any earlier than that just because of the size of our facility now. Well, and other reasons too, but that'd be the main one.
Will it be harder for you to hire new SROs versus taking SROs that you've got in the schools now? I'm just throwing this out there.
Sure.
And using them as regular police officers and hiring new SROs?
We don't have police officers. We have deputy sheriffs.
Okay, deputy
Huge
sheriff.
difference. Probably, I mean, our school resource officers right now, we're going to have one promote, and come from the jail, to the school resource position. And that person will have to do some training and stuff like that. I just had 2 of my school resource officers go to the school resource academy, this past couple of weeks. You know, our school resource division is a very, flexible group of people, because they have the training, the exact same training as a regular deputy sheriff working the road. They can work the courts, they can work the road, and they can work school resources. So a very flexible group of people, quite frankly, that I really value, because, you know, all summer long they're out working the street, taking cases and stuff just like any other deputy. And it would be hard to bridge a deputy into a school resource officer position without quite a bit of training. So because it's quite frankly a discipline that they're not used to being in that type of situation. So my SROs are probably my most flexible group of people. I can pretty well use them anywhere we go.
Okay.
But you'd have like 2 to 3 months of the resource officers that you can use other places. Would that be fair to say? I mean,
It absolutely is, sir. We do that every year now.
I understand.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, you know, there'd be 6 guys that you could, you know, to fill in for different positions in the jail or in the courtrooms or.
Well, yeah, they could fill in a bailiff's position. If we put them in the jail, that would be a kind of a different discipline for them, of course. Different interaction. That'd probably be a position that I wouldn't move them from and to unless we had to. I mean, we have done it before. But yeah, they're very flexible. So that's one thing I pride about their division, is because they're always ready to, you know, whether it's, you know, this year they've been out on patrol, you know, answering calls. So it's been very beneficial to us. Any other questions?
Not for me.
I don't have any right now.
Very well. Thank you.
So also want to just caution you, I'm talking about looking at all these employee salaries. These are not to the dollar numbers at this point. You know, and I may find some things as I go back through that this week that's going to change what we're looking at. But I really need to at least get some direction on the big part of that to know what we want to do.
Okay, so you got mine. I just told you what I would like to see. But for you, for either one of you want to get right up to the revenue neutral and have less conflict next year by spending all that money, or do you want to do something different?
So you're saying we have to increase the expenses by the 873, right?
I'm sorry, I was reading a message here
You
too.
got to increase the county expenses. Is that?
By 836 to get up to the revenue neutral. Yeah. As it stands right now.
Well, that's the way I feel. We're looking for a place to spend money to do that. And I guess I'm not for that right now myself, but
So what are you for cutting?
I don't know. As far as the contingency could go, you know, the road rock, we don't know, you know. It's an ambulance building we have to have.
Yeah, that's something I'd like to see us keep.
What did we do? 1% COLA last year?
Yes.
Yeah, I'd like to keep that. I'd like to keep it at 3. Yeah.
I tell you, just as for starters, I cut that 129 out. And that would get us down to where the levy would be 47.742, which is a drop of right at 2.1 mils from this year.
Well, that, to me, I could live with that because it is a cut. I mean, and if we have to come back to,
I mean, there's so many unknowns next year.
I know that.
There are, and I really feel like it would be foolish to cut too much,
Yeah.
not knowing where we're gonna be and the requirements we have for revenue neutral and where it would come out. I'd hate to see us go down too far, but cutting it down was sure a help to people. I mean, you can truly say we cut taxes.
And just like Kevin, I realize there's a lot of unknowns over there. None of us know. I mean, we wished we did, but we don't.
It's kind of scary walking into it.
It is. It's
You know,
I just,
what I'm worried about, I guess, would be utilities and stuff like that. Where will we fall?
and can we fill it? I mean, that's a big question. It's been my question all along. And I don't, if we could stay at the 2, I mean, we're cutting it. And to me, it's,
Can we work on that then?
And
Would you be agree with that?
Yeah.
And I think when we're doing this next year for the following year, we're gonna have a whole lot better idea what's going on over here, because we at least should be in it by then and see what's happening. And I think it's gonna be easier to budget the following year, but we're still not gonna be in it very long by then to have a great idea. But it should be better than what we have now.
So on the road rock, we're figuring another 200. What are we at?
We spent $1 million last year on Road Rock.
And like I said, those are just things I threw out as possibles. They can be, you can do whatever you want. And I don't know if Sean had other ideas.
what do we have for Road Rock this year? I mean, how much have we spent of the,
Okay, so in all district, in cover material, so I think that's more chips for chip and seal, that type of thing probably, or is that?
Probably.
We've spent we've only spent 17,000 so far out of 150. And on road oil, we had only spent 43 out of 700,000. However, they've got projects going right now that we'd already calculated are pretty well going to use this up.
Yes.
So I think we're spending what we had in there this year on those. And then I believe you have to get into the District 1 and District 3 to see what we're actually using for gravel. And
I just hate to keep putting gravel on the road when we're not doing anything to fix the ditches.
well, okay, here's surface material in Road District 1. We've spent 279,000 this year, which is actually 4,000 more than we had budgeted in that line item.
What was it? What?
279,000 on surface material. And that in the district budget in 1, I think that's going to be where your gravel is coming in. In District 3, we've spent 189,000 out of 275 that was budgeted. So there's still 85,000 left in District 3.
so what you do, you just balance that back from district to district we can in order to.
Yeah, I mean, that's,
You
I
need
mean,
more
truly-
gravel on your roads.
to,
What are you doing over there? Selling it or something?
when you get to the bottom line on a fund, which Road and Bridge is its own fund, that's all that really concerns me overall is staying within the fund budget. The line items are more their day-to-day operation and how it works.
So we spent roughly 460,000 so far on gravel.
That's what it appears by looking at this, yes.
And there's also possibly an unknown with the taxiways and the surfacing on it.
On what?
On the taxiways, on the surfacing of the airport taxiways. And not only the unknown of the cost, but at this point, whether we do it or we contract it. So there are some other projects that if we look towards keeping those guys out on those graders and things, that we may try to contract and see if we can get those other projects done as well.
So, yeah, rock may not be where we need to add some. Like I say, that was just something I threw in there just from hearing conversations of roads need
It's
more.
certainly an opportunity to look at next year for some of the railroad crossings, paving, some of those areas we've never done before. And not in the railroad, but on each side of it.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe some bridges that you go across that's got big holes and stuff from the
So some
gravel.
of the like asphalt
Yeah.
part of the operation more than road rock
Could be,
necessarily.
and that can be moved around, right?
Yeah, yeah, I need to get it in there somewhere to budget for, but as to what line item,
I'm happy with everything down to down to contingency. If we could just eliminate that
we can, yeah, we can do whatever you guys want to do. That's not a
and
problem.
just set a flat fee of like 130,000. You just adjust everything else that needs to be adjusted with the road rock and everything.
So what about like Kathy talked to me about a vehicle? Do we want to bump theirs up a little
I would-
for a vehicle?
Can we just,
I mean, I can make those adjustments
Yeah.
if you're okay with me doing it.
as long as we don't go over.
But overall, would you like to shoot for this levy that I just quoted you a few minutes ago for a total, which was what? 47.742, which would be a decrease of right at 2.1 mils from this year.
I'm okay with that. Do you want anything different?
You know, I have one question that's been brought to my attention multiple times, and I just cleared it up as far as our counselor, as far as what it's costing us. I'd like to know the base and where that figure comes from, because there was a huge increase in it last year in our counselor.
And I asked that question. It was due to him taking over being our owner's rep is the construction, or for the construction.
He got billed whatever he gets billed for working on that project as well. Well, you got billable stuff there that you can talk
I
about?
just wondered what the base is versus where we're at, is what I guess is my question.
What is this base? I mean, it's public information.
Okay, well, the salary part is, it's like we've got 91,000 in this year's budget. And then he has always billed us for work on the tax sale, for extra hours. The last couple of years, a lot of the extra hours have been to do with this project. There's also been some lawsuits we've been dealing with that he's gotten involved with that had nothing to do with the new jail.
So how does he determine what gets billed and what doesn't? How does he determine, because he's a contract employee, so what's his job description? I mean, can you explain that? Like, I've had people ask me that. They're like, why is he billing you for extra stuff if he's a contract employee? What's his initial description of his duties every day?
I don't think I have an answer for that because I don't know exactly what it is.
What is his base job description?
I
Yes.
think that's a
What you're trying to-
discussion that needs to be with Gary and you guys to, I really don't know, going back to when he started, exactly what agreement there was on how this was
It's
built.
been what, how many years? 20 some years?
20 some years, yeah. I know in the budget part of things, I'm the one that put these numbers in there because I was basing it on current years and projecting what I thought was
I
going to
didn't
happen.
know. I mean, I just had
Fair
a question.
question.
I mean, it's,
Yeah, oh yeah,
I've had it asked to me multiple
But-
times and I don't know the answer.
but I can just tell you, I really don't have that answer either.
Okay.
Okay. We'll talk to him next week about it.
Okay. Now, as like you talked about the tax sale, has that always been, that was extra to him? I mean,
As long as I can remember, which is, I mean, I've been here as long as he has or a little longer, and I think that's always been extra. Like I say, I would have to get into what I think some of it is to answer a whole lot, and I hate to do that because I don't want to say something that's not right.
Yeah.
okay.
So you think if we drop this, down to the mill levy that you talked about, we can leave all the budgets alone the way they were?
Yeah, that's where I'm looking at this right now, and like I say, I still want to look at those salary lines and make sure we're not way off somewhere on something.
Okay.
Because I picked up 2 or 3 just in this last week that I made some adjustments on already, just to get them to where they needed to be. So that's typically something I try to do every year, is take a look at all of those salary lines, because to me, that's a pretty easy one that can be calculated, where you get into some of the other line items and I don't necessarily know why the department heads got something in that line because I don't know what their intent is on it.
So, is next week like basically last week, and then you gotta submit for a hearing?
Yeah, because I really need to have it
Advertising.
ready to publish next week, and that would let us have the hearing on August 16th. Technically, the deadline is supposed to be August 15th, but that falls on a Sunday. So I don't see that there's a problem with going to the 16th. And then the deadline for it to be signed and back into me, which it's going to happen as soon as you sign it, is actually the 25th of August.
Okay.
So we do that on the 16th. We're well ahead of getting it signed by the time we need to. I do have several entities around the county that are going over their revenue neutral rate, so they're not even going to have their hearings until after August 20th. Some of them are going to be the middle of September.
That don't bother us.
It doesn't affect what you're doing. It just puts a time crunch on me come October to get taxes ready to go. So just to make you aware, there are a bunch of them that are going over, but it's nothing you can control or have any input on.
And Kevin, another question I just have is with the two dispatches, you know, I mean, I know we're going to, that's the way it is. And I don't know that we've got that much more load. Nobody knows as far as till, we get the new jail, but that's a question I have, I guess, whether we need them or not.
Whether we hire, when we hire them or what?
No, if we
If
need
we
them.
hire. Right now, they're in the budget, so
I know.
when would you hire those people if you, your dispatchers? Everything you put in the budget, talking about dispatchers, I think you added one or two or whatever you added. When would you be hiring those and getting them trained?
We would start that process mid-December for a January hire date to get them put in.
How many dispatch are you thinking about, I guess?
3.
Three,
Yeah, that would take us to 2 per shift.
2 per shift with 3 people. So how do you do that with
Well, we currently have 5,
5?
right?
Okay.
Yeah.
So then how do you fill in with, on vacation and stuff? You just pay overtime and
Yes.
I mean,
Yeah,
it takes more than 8.
currently, well, we work 12-hour shifts, so,
I did too. I mean, I know, but it's.
So,
Shift.
right, we have a part-timer, who does fill in at times. We have 2 part-timers who fills in. And for the last several months, I've been running an overtime project, paying jail staff, other dispatchers, and our jail staff's all been several of them have been cross-trained at this point to be a call taker. They don't necessarily dispatch, but they take the calls in. They can input, the things like, controlled burns and stuff like that. So during our high times of controlled burns and stuff, we'll have a second come in to be a call taker because that results in, a lot of times we'll have 50, 60 controlled burns going on in the county. So that's 120-ish telephone calls coming in, input and output of information. So that's what we've been doing for probably since April when our call load got heavy with controlled burns. And then on Friday, Saturday nights, we staff 2, and that's an overtime project.
You stated that you took 300,000 off of the income of the jailer.
Correct.
Okay, just so happens, what happens if it comes back, then what do we do with his budget? I mean,
Like if we do get all that
yeah,
income in?
just say it happens and blows up and it's good, what do we do with his budget where we have it now?
Well, I think your budget's already covering if we need to have the people working for that. The income side is just for the general fund. It would actually help us out budgeting for the following
So,
year. We'd have a bigger cash balance.
Everything that comes from there goes to the general fund instead of his.
Yeah, we don't make money. We send all our money to the county, to the general fund.
Yeah, everybody who's within the general fund, which is a whole lot of us, any income we have just goes to the general fund. It doesn't go to our budgets. The ones that would be different would be road and fire and appraiser and some of them that have their own funds. And then theirs goes to that fund and builds up cash balance, but it still doesn't adjust their budget for the year. It just gives them more cash. So I guess, and looking at these things I had on there, it sounds like, okay, maybe not road, but maybe, or road rock, but maybe some other things in road. We might need a good chunk of that money to do some projects. I had 100,000 I threw on there for ambulance building. Is that reasonable for what we're talking about doing, or?
Probably, well, there'll probably be some left. I don't know how much it's gonna cost for.
But if we wanted to budget for it, seem like a reasonable figure to put in there for now.
With the, cause we're putting up a building,
And I wasn't positive where we were going.
pouring a pad, putting electric in it, and, also, man, he turned around quick. Tell the sheriff to turn around. And then remodeling some of this room, I think that's probably enough. What do you think? 100,000? I mean, we're just guessing.
I'll tell you what, it's expensive. Everybody says building right now.
Yeah, it is.
Terrible expensive, but I don't know. I'll have one.
And I've got some money available still in this year's, like in special building. If
Okay.
we were gonna get started this year on some of it, that we could use some of that too and still be okay. But I mean, that sounds like somewhere we need to leave some of this expense though, is for that building.
Yeah, I think so you don't put yourself in a huge bind next year, especially when next year's budget comes around.
Yeah, I think
You'll
I think
be
we'd be
way off.
foolish to drop too far off.
Yeah. Because it's gonna be more painstaking next year when you have to do what you have to do if you're over your limit. And, but I think the process, we're totally opposite on.
Well, yeah, we don't agree with that tax. Don't agree with each
We
other.
don't agree with our tax bill, but I think the public will know at least, hopefully a better understanding of it. But it will cost the county more if they go over their neutral level, right?
Right.
So when you try to keep within our bounds,
So you're saying if we set this and we go over it, it costs us,
it's gonna cost an election, or, what's it cost?
Yeah,
Mailing.
If
it costs.
So we're, in effect, what we're doing, if we knock some of this expense out of what I have here, is a year from now, when we're looking at it, our revenue neutral is gonna be even lower. And then if we want to go over that as we budget for the following year, we're gonna have to mail a notice to every taxpayer.
Hearing.
We're gonna have to pass a resolution. We're gonna have to have the extra part of the hearing. So there,
What would that roughly cost? I guess I'm just asking.
well, there's 20-some thousand tax parcels in the county, and you figure mailing a letter to each one of them. So I
And
think
here-
what I allowed in budget for next year was I put in like 15,000 for postage increase, just in case we need to do that.
Do you have, a lot of reservation about knocking this 120,000 off of there?
We've still got the contingency budget up to where it was this year.
Okay.
So, I mean, we're keeping it pretty level. This would have been increasing it a little. So, no, it's not going to hurt us for this budget. I don't want to see us drop too much and get ourselves in a bind where we're low and having to exceed neutral to come back up again.
Okay.
I mean, if it was just up to me, I would probably budget us to the revenue neutral rate this year.
I know you would.
While we're talking, do we have any more, so like the attorney, he had that 6-month trial guy. Do we have any more employees we can think of that were on that? I mean, that kind of almost slipped right by us and even Jim caught it.
Yeah, what did we do on that? I mean, is it still in his budget, I guess, for
I
that?
think so, and that's some more what I'm going to look at this week when I look at everybody's budget and their salaries. And I can give you a better answer later this week.
Okay.
And
Well, I understand what you're saying. We don't want to cut too much, but I'll tell you what,
Speak your mind. What do you want to do?
I'm just
No,
talking.
I'm sorry.
I realize what you're saying, but the decrease, I like to see the decrease myself, I mean,
Yeah.
like, it's not that I want to blow us out of the water on the low end and have to come back the next time, but it's, I want to save as much as we can and still be comfortable.
So how do you feel about this? What we done?
I can live with it. I mean, I can live with it. But I mean, I don't know. This is my first one, so I guess I'm the new kid on the block, but it's,
Are you okay with it?
Yeah.
We're okay with it.
Well,
Try to get to that point.
I can work through the other things I need to look at and give you some final numbers later in the week for you to look at before next week and show you where we're at. But yeah, like I say, knocking that 129 out of there right now, it does give us a 2.1 mil decrease for next year's budget based on the current valuation. and valuations change between now and November when the tax statements go out. So I can't tell you that it's exactly going to be 2.1
If the
mil.
valuation goes up, what does that,
Valuation goes up, it would be a bigger mill levy decrease.
yeah, that's what I'm
If
saying.
valuation goes down, it would take a higher mill levy.
And
for
with,
this
with
one.
the property and things selling in the county the way it's sold, will that change much?
It depends on how much of it comes through between now and when we set levies. We do know that Evergy's we're gonna lose 600 and some thousand there. So I expect our overall value to be a little lower on the November 1st valuation than it is now. But this would be based on current valuation, that's how much it would lower the levy. And that's really all I can tell you any year at this time, because it always changes some between now and when levies are set. But I don't necessarily need any motion on anything today. I'm just trying to get direction to wrap this up. But if you guys, other than that 129, if you're okay with this type of thing and maybe move a little around to an appraiser vehicle if needed instead of some of the road or
Yeah.
a little bit of changes like that, I can get it all worked out.
If you can
Just
figure it
doing
out.
away at the 129 is what you're saying, but moving a little bit of something.
And you guys you're thinking the 3% COLA would be a feasible thing to do for next year
I do.
and
Because you're not gonna be able to do it next year. There was a couple of years we did 1%.
yeah, I mean, that's,
And the first year I was here, we just did the step raise.
yeah. I think a lot of employees will really appreciate seeing that COLA come up for next year, because it gets discouraging for them at times when it's 1% or less and they don't.
And then you're saying the elected officials, that just puts them at the average of the state.
Yeah.
Puts them at the average, and actually ours goes down. Well,
And I didn't change anything. I didn't decrease your salaries because you guys were a little over the average. But if we don't adjust yours, you get closer to average when we don't adjust it. And
yeah.
because the other,
Take it all off of Rick's. If you do.
yeah, we can just not pay Rick at all. Doing
Don't
that,
even be happy about
goodness
that.
of your heart.
That's so good.
But yeah, I mean, if you guys are okay with this, then knock that 129 out, make some adjustments here and there on the others for the amount, but keep the 129 out.
Yep. Sounds good to me.
Drop us down, and you can truthfully say we are lowering taxes because you are when you do this.
It's the first time, 7 years.
Well, we have lowered them before.
Yeah.
People don't always see it that way, but yes, we have.
Mathematically, we have.
It does not mean, however, that your personal taxes are going to go down.
That's
We don't
right.
Control all of that, and there's a whole lot of factors besides the county levy that go into that.
Yeah.
I do know our schools are all planning on going over their revenue neutral rate. I believe the bigger cities in the county are going over. Some of the smaller ones are not.
Like the libraries and stuff, what do they do? I mean, where's
Couple of the smaller libraries, I believe, are going to go over theirs. I mean, we're not talking a lot of tax dollars when they're doing it. But, well, an example like the library here in Mound City is actually going to knock $1.5 million off their levy for next year, and they're going to stay under theirs. Overall, I think most people are trying to stay within or under if
the
they
fair
can.
board they did, like they dropped theirs?
Yeah, Fair Board did vote to drop
See,
down.
that plan worked.
I talked to Wade the day after they had their meeting, and then I noticed sometime late Friday, they dropped off a copy of their minutes where they approved dropping it down to 0.2. So, but he said really they did not need that much for next year, so they wanted to drop it down.
That was great. Yeah, that's good.
That's wonderful. That helps us out and helps the residents with their taxes.
Now, does the, what do you call those people, elected officials, township? Their budgets are based on a mill levy as well, right?
Mhm.
And
Most of them are staying within their neutral rate.
what's a lot of their funds? We get them every year, and I guess I forgot. What are they?
It depends on which
Is
township.
it cemeteries?
Cemeteries is a lot of it. Some of them have cemetery districts, so it's not actually the township budget that
Okay.
covers those. Okay, Mound City has township and a cemetery district, so they're separate. Cemetery mowing is the biggest expense for those little entities around the county
Right.
usually, and they're, I mean, they were spending sometimes tens of thousands of dollars to keep their cemeteries mowed for a
Right.
year. And I don't know how you get out of that. I mean, it's a lot of work to mow cemetery if you got a very big one.
Yeah.
Couple of them have got like township halls that they support out of their budgets. Like Centerville is one that has that. Their township hall comes out of there. Centerville also has a light district that's just the people that live in the old town of Centerville that pay it. So they have an additional levy more than the rest of the township. Stanton Township are basically down to almost no levy, and they're considering selling their old schoolhouse. And if they do that, they may not even need a levy in the future because they really don't have anything left they need to spend money on.
Yeah.
So they've talked to me about that a little bit of, that may be one that, and it's not much of a levy now, but it may be one down the road that gets cut clear out if they get rid of their property and don't need it, because they're basically paying for some insurance and some mowing on a property that they don't necessarily need for anything anymore.
Gotcha.
But yeah, it varies township to township what they take care of. But usually mowing cemeteries is the biggest expense for a lot of them. We have 3 of the cemetery districts that are part of the county budget as a special district. So I actually do the budgets for them and attach it to the county one. And I've got all them within their revenue neutral rate. So we have those 3 and fire that are on that special district form. And then we've got special fire and sewer that's on that form, but those, we're not levying taxes on either one of those. So they're not going to affect anything.
Gotcha.
So this is really a nice problem to have this year to make sure we know we have enough to work with for our budgets. It's
Right.
that part of it's not a problem.
Okay. Mr. Harding, you got anything?
No, I don't think so. Have anything for me?
I don't. You got anything?
I mean, if you want to talk about your employee, your assistant.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. So since last week, I kind of looked at my numbers and kind of try to feel things out for where we're at. And I guess to be clear, maybe there's a miscommunication. What I thought I had said was that by July, I wanted to clear the backlog and be able to evaluate my need at that time. I didn't think I said, but maybe I did, that by July I wouldn't need anybody. But I had a docket last Tuesday and a docket this Tuesday. They're about 50 to 60 apiece. And I asked my assistant what he's handling. He said he's got about 200 cases this month. I know that I'm doing about 25 to 30 hours a week for the county right now to get done what I need to get done for those dockets. And he's doing about 20 hours a week or so. So at this point, it's just not really, I'm not at a place yet where I think I can handle it alone. But again, that, I guess, we'll keep an eye on it. But we're doing between
Did you
two about.
include that in your budget request? I can't remember.
For him, I did include that in my budget for next year.
I was under the impression it was gonna be a 6-month type deal.
Well, I apologize if that was the impression I gave.
That's the way I feel. What do you guys think?
So when you were elected in, were you only, was it only for part-time? Is that what?
It's not part-time. It's just you put in the hours to get the job done, however long that takes. It's the job at one point it was one job with the county attorney and county counselor, and that job was bifurcated into 2 separate jobs that were ostensibly what was once a full-time job were 2 different, I'll call it part-time jobs. They weren't part-time. It's just that's kind of the expectation of what it would take to do the job. And it also, it pays commensurate with that. For example, there in Bourbon County, there's an assistant county attorney who works full-time who gets paid more than I do in this position. Elizabeth, the county attorney up in Miami County, is paid full-time, and she gets paid about $40,000 or $50,000 more than this position does. So the pay scale for this is, commensurate for what it is. Again, perhaps the 25 to 30. I don't want to call it part-time. It's not part-time. If it takes 40 hours, it takes 40 hours, and that's what it is, and that's what it takes. And that's what I'll put in. At this point, that's about what it that it takes for me to be prepared for these dockets, to litigate these motions, and
Well, we take counties to the west, there's some of them that don't pay near what we do here either. So
I guess I don't know which counties those are.
So, getting back to your problem, basically is what it is do you feel like you're shorting the public because the backlog will back up so much because you don't have?
No, I guess, you mentioned my problem. I guess I don't feel like I've got a problem. I feel like things are being handled pretty well the way they are. I feel like I've got a good grip on my caseload and what I'm doing. I feel like my assistant has a good handle on his caseload and what he's doing. I think that if I didn't have him, that's when
That's what I'm talking about.
that would be a problem. Yes.
So what would the problem be if he went away? If it was at the end of the 6 months, at the end of July, just tell him.
I mean, the problem is, again, so he's got, I think he said about 200 cases this month. I have, again, I'll say 120 or so. So that would be, just 320 cases to handle. Just me. I mean, that's an enormous caseload. I mean, just don't feel there's any way I could give each case the attention that it needs, and the victims and the witnesses the attention they need. I mean, things would really kind of get out of control. And I mean, it'd be, I think, every bit of 50 to 60 hours every week to manage that. In addition, this includes, on weekends when those we've talked about, those affidavits come in, and spending a few hours working with officers, and it's a really a huge job.
But, so I guess what I don't understand is, so instead of just having one guy work, say 40 hours and, have one benefits, we have more or less two part-time guys working 20 hours apiece, paying benefits and wages to both of them.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I just don't see why we just want to have you do all of it.
So, I mean, of course, the county has that option of combining, I don't know what you're suggesting, if take his salary and add it on to make it
There's a bunch of questions that I've been asked, and so I'm trying to just figure out exactly what we got going on.
So I guess if you want to send me what questions you've been asked, I'd be happy to get with those, but can you repeat what question you asked just
I
now?
just don't see how it makes sense to pay you, for you to have, have your pay and then benefits, and 20 hours, and have another guy, getting benefits and wages, working 20 hours instead of just having you work 40 hours.
Well, the county is free to make it a full-time position with.
I guess when I during election, I guess I was under the impression that you just worked till the job was done, not really a certain amount of hours.
And that's correct, but I mean, that is what it is. It's work until the job is done. But the job also, again, when this job was created, back when the original job was bifurcated, it was made so that the county attorney would be able to have the capacity to do some other work on the side, to have another practice, which is what the job that was ran for and was elected. If the county wants to take the position that that's not what they want to do, they just want one person who's just dedicated to this and do nothing else, that's the county's prerogative to do, but that's not the way the job is set up at this point.
What do you mean when the job is sub? I mean, that'd be like, I guess I'm confused because, whenever you vote, when you were voting for, say, you or whoever, I mean, it doesn't say, he's going to be doing things outside. It's like Kevin, we voted him in, expect him to be full-time, working for the county full-time, anything extra is his own deal.
So I'm a little handicapped here because I wasn't there when that was done. I need to, I guess, talk to Gary, I think, who was, about what was done and when, but I think that it's maybe by resolution or something somewhere that's the way it's set up and that's permitted, and that's why the pay was.
Can I jump in for just a second? I think what some of this is boiling down to is if you have the expectation of the county attorney being strictly the county attorney, having no other outside business and being in the office 40 plus hours a week, what we're paying is not what you would have to pay an attorney to get him to do that job. This pay was based on the way it's being done now.
But I guess what I'm saying is, because I've had people call me over this, I guess how come our taxpayer, our voters weren't under the impression, they didn't know that. I mean, you know,
I don't know.
I can't speak to what they knew and why they knew it or anything, but that's the way it's been forever. I mean, when I know that, our prior county attorney had a private practice and he came down here and was here, 2 or 3 days a week and up in the city doing his practice. The county attorney before him had the same, setup. So I don't know. I mean, none of this was hidden. I mean, I don't know why it should be a surprise.
well, I'm just trying to figure it out. I mean, I don't, because we have an assistant now. They didn't have an assistant, did they?
The prior county attorney?
Yeah.
Yes.
I thought he had a,
Yeah. And then
but he had a diversion.
Yeah, he had his,
he had an assistant attorney, the female.
But I thought, oh, that's
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
And then before that, there was, and he even paid him even more because he was filling in the part-time.
right. So I'm trying to run as lean as I can and do as much as I can with as little as I can. And, I've not refilled that diversion coordinator position. I'm not paying for that. Again, I've talked to you a little bit about the diversion money that I'm refunding to the county. My budget I submitted was $15,000 less than it was the year before. I'm not paying $3,000 a year for other attorneys to fill in. I mean, I'm probably refunding about $25,000 or so to the county for.
And I'm not trying to. I'm just trying to understand. So I mean,
Sure.
because I've had people asking me the same exact thing. So, but when Jamie, is it not? Do we have to have Is there a statute that says we have to have a diversion coordinator? Isn't that why he went out of county?
He told you that, but that's not true.
Because that's the only reason we voted on it, correct? I mean, because they said there was a statute.
He may have said that, but you don't have to have a diversion coordinator.
All right. So my main concern is for the public. If I don't want to see big backlogs of people and us not doing our part as commissioners, and certainly not you not being able to do, because if he doesn't have somebody in there full-time or part-time, whatever we're calling it, he's going to hire somebody to sit in these courtrooms that's not going to be able to help anybody. You know what I'm saying? So
I'm asking these questions. I want everybody to be aware, Bert. Don't feel like I'm just sitting here picking on you.
No, I don't.
It's because I get these same exact questions.
No, like I said, I'd be happy to talk to you anytime. If you get these questions, send them to me, email them to me. So I would like to respond.
And I just I want, people, a lot of people watch us on here. I want people to understand, what's going on.
And the cost of hiring somebody to sit in that day, fill in because you've got other cases or whatever, ended up costing quite a bit more, if I'm not mistaken, cost more than it was for somebody for the period of time. But as soon as you get caught up, and we're talking about a backlog, unless crime increases and the sheriff goes crazy and he's arresting everybody, then you'll be able to handle the workload in a few months. Is that correct? Assuming?
Well, I guess when you say handle the workload, you mean that
Are you, well, I guess what I'm saying, and everybody really wants to know, are you going to need a part-time attorney the rest of the time you're in office?
So obviously that's hard to say, and I guess I'll give an unpopular answer. I think that the caseload is just so that it looks like that may be a need in perpetuity, despite what I had hoped coming on. And I guess I'll repeat some figures that I gave to you at the beginning of this, which is, I don't remember what the numbers are anymore, but I counted the traffic, juvenile, misdemeanor, felony cases for Bourbon County, Miami County, and Linn County. And we have about 80% of the numbers of Bourbon County, I think, and like 82% of the numbers for Miami County. So we do have less volume, but we're about 80% of what their volume is. Bourbon County has a full-time, I take that back, a county attorney, a full-time assistant county attorney, and another part-time county attorney. Miami County has a full-time county attorney, I think 3 or maybe 4 other county attorneys. So it would be unusual.
That's what you should just say. I want to keep my attorney. That's all.
It's not that I want to keep him. I mean, again, if I want to run lean, I want to do as much as I can with as little as I can. But I do think that there's going to be a need for one other person with the caseload that Linn County has, commiserate with.
Well, I'll just say, that wasn't the way it was represented to me to begin with.
Well, again,
Yeah, I don't think
That
that came across the right way.
well,
it didn't come across when we voted on this. That's not the way I feel.
and I understand that. And again, part of that I think maybe is that I didn't know what I know now at the time. Coming in, I didn't know what it took to run the office. I didn't know, having not been there. I think I was optimistic, but at this point, I think I've learned that that just seems like it's going to be very difficult to do.
Okay.
And so I maybe my hope came across as something, as a promise, and I apologize for that. But that is,
And I think something maybe a lot of the public doesn't understand is none of us that are elected are set on a schedule that we're working 40 hours a week. Our job is to make sure the job gets done, whatever that takes. If I knew for sure everything was getting done and I didn't have to be there, I don't have to sit in there at a desk all week long.
I understand that,
But I do.
But then if it takes you 60 hours or 70
Well, I'm
hours,
also-
you're there 70 hours.
Yeah.
That's my feeling on the deal. I mean, it's
But
what you're saying.
I think there is a
Well,
lot of misunderstanding with
I understand what
people
you're
in
saying.
general that they don't realize, like, when you vote for me for clerk, I'm not telling you I'm going to be at my desk 40 hours a week.
I understand.
That's not part of the job.
Well, and I
The job
think-
is to make sure the job gets done.
and let me jump in too. I think the statute also says that really, especially for maybe your position too, but for my position, and this is what was brought to you guys a few years ago when that position was created, that by statute, you have to fund the office to the degree to make sure that all the job functions can be done.
Right.
And it was represented to you at the time that this office needs an assistant to adequately do the job. And I guess what I'm coming to you today and saying, having been in the position for 6 months now, I don't disagree. That seems to be true. It does seem to be the case that to adequately address every case and give every case the attention it needs, and to for the full prosecution of justice in this case, it at least today, and unless something changes going forward, it seems to be the case that an assistant is needed.
Versus what's happened the first 5 years I was here, where if the attorney was absent or couldn't make that case, he hired someone, another lawyer, to sit in that day, which didn't help the county out at all. Really,
Sure.
because
Well,
he didn't know anything about the case.
And that's very true too. But I guess specifically what I'm referencing is that, again, with the caseload, with 320, 350 cases per month, for one attorney to do it is irrespective of the hours. I mean, if it's 60 to 70 hours a week, just one person's ability to be familiar with every case and make phone calls to every person. I mean, it's just, it's not reasonable.
Okay. All right. Any questions? Any more?
Do you have the version numbers I asked you about last?
No, I looked into that a little bit, and those are gonna be a little bit harder to come up with when I first thought, because we don't have like a tally. Just one thing, we just have to go back and look at kind of case by case sort of thing. So it's not a figure that's saved in any way. So I'll keep looking at it.
At least, at least,
Here's it's 12.
people in the county being represented. And then directing those cases.
So I want to throw something out there, because you guys know anytime I get a chance to talk, I do it. One thing that I want to keep in consideration, our prosecutor's been employed as an attorney in Linn County in some capacity as defense since 2012. So our people elected him to do the position. But one thing that, and I hate to say this, but I think the biggest thing that Burton's left out here is the rate of conflict. So when my department, my office, other departments go out and arrest somebody, what we have to also remember is that if Mr. Harding has represented that individual in the past, we have a conflict. And that conflict always goes to our other prosecutor, our assistant, our part-time, whatever we call him, our ADA. We funnel a lot of cases to that person because there's conflicts. Those conflicts will continue, maybe for years into the future, because absolutely what we know is in the criminal justice system, there's repeat offenders. We've heard that term. So to me, if I want to affect justice properly in Linn County and get that person into prosecution and into the court, sometimes I have to look around the conflict. There's been times that I've called Mr. Harding and said, this is a case that you probably won't be able to take care of because you represented this person at one point. So we have to remember that. And I don't know how the funds work out. I'll be honest with you, I don't really care.
Right.
But we have to remember that conflict can exist. It exists with other attorneys too. Other attorneys judges have this problem. People sitting up there, if we want justice to be blind, he can't know those intimate details of their background. And sometimes for us, quite frankly, it can be problematic. And if I don't have another person to turn to present that case to, I'm presenting it to a person who has those intimate details of their prior convictions, cases, things that we're involved in. So food for thought. And I hate to jump in, but I just want you guys to give consideration to that as well. Thank you.
All right. Anything else?
Anything, thanks, Burton.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Anybody got anything else?
I think I've got what I need from you to wrap these things out this week,
I
so
appreciate it.
I'll work on that and I'll get you copies out. When I get to that point, let you know what all I changed and say up till Monday when we have it ready to publish. You'll come back and change things if you'd like to, but at least I'll be able to show you with these changes, this is what we got to and here's where we are. So, you're giving me a little leeway to move things back and forth to make it work out. And I think I can work with that.
Yep. Danny, you got anything?
No.
Jim?
I don't have anything.
I'll make a motion, we adjourn.
Second.
Moved and second, all in favor?
Maybe just.
Oh, I have broken down in the line items, so each